And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1, powered by W Black and AB Ryzen Radiant. It's going to be your boy, Aggressive, back as the host this round once again. And hey, I'm joined by Assassin and the infamous Red Bro, who just disappears all of a sudden and comes back when it's time for the El Clasicos, ladies and gentlemen. So let's head on down over to today's fixtures, because I'm really excited for this. It is going to be one for the biggest centuries ever. It's going to be Global Esports going up against the side of Velocity here. And Assassin, I want your thoughts right at the very beginning.
Definitely, it's the El Clasico, right? We know it as the El Clasico of Indian Valorant, and I feel like that Global Esports versus Velocity Gaming, this is going to be a match for the books. This is going to be something that is going to make history as well for the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. And I feel like that both of these teams, right, they've just been waiting for this moment. I know for a fact that you guys wanted to go ahead and see both of these teams go on against each other in like the absolute finals, not like the upper bracket finals, but then maybe it might happen, maybe it might not. One team is going to move forward from this match, and one team is going to be facing off against the winners. That is Force One Esports. Force One Esports versus Enigma Gaming was the first game of the day, right? So yeah, I feel like that the winner is definitely going to be very happy and is going to keep on grinding, whereas the loser of this game has got one more hurdle to go ahead and face off against the winner.
When you consider both of these teams, they have a lot of history with one another. But at the same time, hey, we got to talk a little bit about Red Bro here as well. He had a really long nap. He's finally back, and hey, as soon as he comes back, it's gonna be one of the biggest games ever when you do need to consider it. And on Red Bro, give me your thoughts on this before we head on down over to the brackets.
So basically, Global Esports versus Velocity. We've all seen what happens when these two juggernauts meet in Valorant. Sparks fly, matches happen that are just absolutely intense, and one team is just left in tears because of the disappointment. Is how close these matches actually go, because both these teams, they have no lacking in terms of caliber. They have amazing individual players and the strategies and the team coordination to back it up. So I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table today, and really looking forward to casting this match after a long time.
That is for sure. We have the best casters out there to bring you this intense matchup. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more to show. So let's head on down over to the brackets and get a visual representation of where all the teams are standing one more time to see who's going to be heading on down forward and who is going to be holding it down strong. And as you can already see, Force One, they won out on their lower bracket run, and they're going to be in the decider finals going up against the loser of this matchup. And Assassin, I want your thoughts on this first initial playoffs bracket.
Well, Global Esports versus Velocity Gaming, right? We know for a fact that the winner is going to be moving on ahead into the next stage of the playoffs. And the loser is going to be facing off against Force One Esports. So Force One Esports versus Enigma Gaming for the first half of the day was pretty intense. And I felt as though Force One Esports, they're a team that have risen back from all of their defeats, all of their failures, and they've proved everyone out there that they do have the caliber to take on the behemoths, the titans in the scene. And they've done that. They went ahead and got that revenge. And now that they are going to be facing off against the loser of this match, that is Global Esports versus Velocity Gaming, I feel as if you know, this match, Global Esports versus Velocity Gaming, it truly means a lot because from here on out, things are gonna get more and more clear for the champion of the TEC Gauntlet Season 1. And I'm not even gonna lie, all three of these teams, Global Esports, Velocity Gaming, and Force One Esports, they're gonna be having their hearts pumping at full speed because they all want to grab that shiny trophy that we revealed on TC's Instagram page as well. So yeah, Velocity Gaming and Global Esports. Today, I feel as if this match is definitely going to deliver a lot of fireworks, and I just can't wait to see what is going to be the outcome of this match because we know for a fact that both of these teams have improved quite a lot since the last time they faced off against each other. It's been some time since we got an El Clasico in the TEC Gauntlet Season 1, and now that it is finally here, I feel as if though we are going to be seeing a lot of change in the entire momentum, the entire pace coming out from both of these teams. They both are just going to try and outstrat each other, and it's going to be a banger one for sure.
That is for sure, Assassin. I'm really excited for this one, but at the same time, I want to build a little bit of a storyline. Hey, we already know the storyline about these two teams. One is trying to get up to the top, and the other one is trying to pull him down and be like, no, I'm the one at the top. And the other one's like, nope, I'm going to be the one who goes to the top. They're in a constant race to reach that peak. But let's head on down over to the MVP standings because there's something really interesting that I want to talk about before we do head on down over to the spotlights. Because look at who's in the number one position and look at who's on the number two. This is a fight between two of the best jets of our region. So now here is where the real fun begins, ladies and gentlemen, because it's time for SK Rossi to step up massively. Because from what I've seen, and a little bit of a controversial factor as well, a lot of people are saying that MW1 is one of the star jet players in our entire region. And the SK Rossi is just not able to reach that level of consistency. It's time for SK Rossi to prove himself, in my eyes, to just go in and fill in those shoes and prove everyone wrong that he is still that number one jet and he can take down anyone because he just does not miss. But Red Bro, I want your thoughts on the MVP standings. And do you think that SK Rossi can pull through and show the world that he's still number one?
Definitely, and this is where the dichotomy between talent and hard work really comes into play, right? SK Rossi, we always have seen him doing SK Rossi things. He's coined the term like SK Rossi things in every single match because we've seen him pull off so many outrageous plays over the course of the games that we've seen him play in. MW1, he's very consistent, he's very good, and the number one MVP ranking that he's holding right now is a testament to that fact. But given the fact that, both these players are going to go up against each other in terms of, competing against each other in terms of who is going to be the best jet, I feel like SK Rossi is kind of like that sort of RNG sort of player where he either pops off really, really well, or even if he's not popping off in every single game, he's still going to hold up to a very good standard, which you really want in a team. So in terms of this versus matchup that we have going right here and between MW1 and SK Rossi, I'm really excited to see how both these players really try to trump one another, because even though we have that team rivalry, it's always nice to see how these individual players react to each other. And I'm really, really sure that they're going to have some mind games going on in the matches and in between the rounds as well, because if one player trumps over the other, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the other to perform. And our discussion right now isn't really helping that. We're kind of adding more fuel to the fire in terms of that. But I'm really excited to see it. So let's see what happens in today's games.
Hey, whenever there is a match with Velocity and Global Esports, there has to be a lot of controversy. We need to add fuel to the fire, ladies and gentlemen, because these two teams, they have a lot of potency in them, and they're always going to be gunning for that top spot. But hey, as we are talking about the teams, let's head on down over to the team spotlight for the side of Velocity Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, because we really need to see who's going to be playing here on this server and the firepower that they have on their side. Assassin, walk us right through the roster and give us your thoughts on the team.
Velocity Gaming. Well, to be honest, this team needs no introduction, but at the same time, we do have the team spotlight segment. So why don't I quickly go ahead and walk you through the entire roster as well. Marzal, Vibora, Amaterasu, Hellfighter, and Right to Ace. This star-studded roster has proven themselves multiple times. They have fallen down, but they have also picked themselves back up as well. 2020 was the year of Velocity Gaming's domination. 2021, they had a little bit of a problem at the start, but they have once again, even in the group stages, proved us that they are the undefeated champions and they're always going to be as well. they cleared off the group stages in a completely unbelievable manner. Like I can't even stress on this enough. Velocity Gaming, the way they had that clean run throughout the group stages and they made their way into the playoffs, just goes on to show that they have been putting in the grind, and they have always been on this grind as well. Thanks to the cool-headed captain, the IGL of the team as well, right? I mean, Amaterasu, words are not enough for this chat of a person, and I feel like that the entirety of Velocity Gaming, they are going to perform today against the side of Global Esports, and I'm expecting the same out of Global Esports as well. But yeah, it definitely looks like that, we are going to be jumping straight in towards the player spotlight coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming, brought to you by AMD Ryzen Radeon. And the cool-headed captain that I was talking about, Amaterasu, just look at that smile. God damn it, it lights up the entire room, right? Amaterasu, the Phoenix player for the side of Team Velocity Gaming, 165 kills, 138 deaths, 43 assists, and an ACS of 183. I know you guys might argue with the fact that the stats don't actually meet the likes of MW1 and the likes of SK Rossi. But hey, I am not gonna lie, Amaterasu, when needed, steps up for the team. He is also the in-game leader for the team. He calls the shot, so yeah, please do mind that as well. When needed, he picks up the entire roster together as a unit. They go ahead and lead themselves to victory as well. I want your thoughts on Amaterasu, Red Bro.
Right, definitely. When we talk about Amaterasu as a player, he might not have the flashiest plays. He might not have the most bombastic of, outplays and everything that we actually, see in the highlight reels and everything, but he's no slouch in this particular regard when it comes to stepping up for his team. Always has a consistent performance, always gets in the sight, clears the angles, makes an insane amount of space for his team to push in and properly consolidate the control over the site. He is Captain Reliable for Velocity Gaming, and they're going to be looking to his leadership to guide them through this particular difficult match that they have against Global Esports. So I'm really excited to see how he fares up against all the members of his opponents and how he leads Velocity, because when you're leading such a huge team of such a caliber as Velocity Gaming, it puts a huge amount of pressure on your shoulders, and bearing that sort of pressure and still being able to constantly get frags in games is just mind-blowing, and that's why he's in our player spotlight today. I'm really excited to see how Amaterasu plays today.
Also, the thing is that with Amaterasu, right? If you compare him with exactly, come on, you know what? Let's go ahead and do this. If you compare him with the IGL from the side of Global Esports, that is Hellranger. We know for a fact that Amaterasu and Hellranger, they have history together, and both of these guys know each other's tendencies. But the best part is that both of them, the mid-round calls that they make is something that just makes them unique, right? Amaterasu has his own way of calling the shots mid-round, which puts up a big W for the side of Velocity Gaming. And Hellranger has his own. But Amaterasu, he just tends to stand out because his play, right? His play is something that you would sort of not expect out of the entire roster as well. And that is sort of what sets him unique from the rest of the IGLs in the country. And yeah, everyone has each in their unique way of leading the entire team to victory as well. And Amaterasu, he does it in his own unique way, and he emerges victorious.
That is true because Marasu as a player, he just adds a different dynamic and a lot of flavor to the roster. So moving on down the line, I really hope to see him bring his A game down to the table because I feel as though he's like the literal backbone for the team. Like Amarasu initially just left that IGL role, and now that he's finally back, he's gonna be able to hold down strong and lead his team to victory. But hey, we're talking a lot about the side of Velocity. Let's just talk a little bit more about the side of their opposition, shall we not? Let's head on down over to the team spotlight for the side of Global, because now it's your turn here, Red Bro, to walk us right through this roster. Because honestly, like whenever you do come back to cast a game, it seems to be always a Global match.
Yep, it always is a global esports match because these guys are always on fire when they bring their A game to Valorant. All of these players that we've seen throughout the TEC Gauntlet series season 1, right? We've all seen a lot of good, amazing Valorant plays, but global esports, they've always been a class apart from their opposition barring this one because they're really literally on par with their opposition today. But Global Esports as a team, when you face up against them, it's always going to be a challenge. They have everything that you need from a well-rounded Valorant team. They have individual flair, they have good coordination, they have really good strats, and really good agent lineups and variations to bring to each and every single map that kind of makes them really unpredictable as to what they're gonna do. But I'm really going to see how they actually reconcile themselves because they haven't had the most, dominating run throughout the dominating path to this upper bracket finals because they've won the last two series 2-1. So they did drop a map in the last two series that they did play, but it's gonna be up to them to try and nail that sort of consistency and try to claw themselves back up from that and get a very confident showing in front of Velocity. Because if you don't bring your A game against such an opponent, you're going to have to pay the price for it. But I do know that Global Esports is definitely capable of doing that. They have insane amounts of potential. I'm really looking forward and really excited to see how they make that potential work against Velocity.
In my eyes, both of these teams, they are going to be going on head to head. But for the side of Global Esports, I'm just afraid that they're going to put a lot more pressure onto the side of SK Rossi because SK Rossi performs really well under the pressure, yes, but you need to try and not just enable him, but enable everyone else as well. Whenever SK Rossi is on that server and whenever he's feeling himself a lot, you know for a fact that Global Esports are an unstoppable force. But at the same time, now that MW1 is on the opposition side, who is known to have a lot more of a control heavy and also aggressive play style, side of Global Esports, they have their work cut out for them. But hey, let's see who's going to have their work cut out for them the most as we head on down over to the player spotlight for the side of Global Esports, powering none other than AMD Ryzen Radiant, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be none other than the big boss himself, known as SK Rossi. And Assassin, talk us right through this big of an answer.
Well, Ganesh Gangadhar, what can I talk about him? SK Rossi, he pretty much goes ahead and puts up a performance like no one else out there in the server, right? 422 kills, 331 deaths, 81 assists, and an ACS of 291. SK Rossi always is gonna be a class apart from the rest of the players out there in the country, and I have mad respect for my dear friend here because the way SK Rossi just just I mean, I'm running out of words right now for SK Rossi because I have
All of hard work.
it's so much, like there's so much emotion as well, right? For this guy, I've seen him legit rise from where he was back in the days, and now to be playing in the Global Esports roster, popping heads left, right, and center every single game, despite having whatever issues he's facing. He always manages to stay at the top of the table, and the way he performs just sets him apart from the rest. And that's why we also know him as one of the best Jet players out there in the country, because we know for a fact that he has been facing a little bit of a health issue from quite some time now, but that hasn't ever stopped him from performing. Every single game, if you take a look at the scorecard, you'll be seeing him pop more than 25 kills or drop in a 30 bomb, 40 bomb. This guy is just nuts, and there's no doubt about it that he's definitely going to keep on performing as well.
Honestly, SK Rossi, he's one of those players that can always shine the brightest when he is under that pressure. And now, I don't think there's any more pressure that you can add on to him. He's going up against MW1, he's going up against Amaterasu, and he's going up against the entirety of Velocity, which are known to be the absolute juggernauts, and they're the ones holding analytically the number one position in our entire region. So now it's time for the side of Global Esports to step up once again, take their throne back, and force the side of Velocity down towards that decider finals. But hey, will they be able to do it? Will they be able to regain their thrones? Or will the Fallen Kings initially still hold on to that crown and just snatch away victory away from the side of Global? We're gonna find that out soon enough. But hey, before we do head on down over to the match and I send these two over, we still do need to talk about the battleground itself. So let's head on down over onto the map video screen and see where all of these teams are going to be heading, because the battleground is so crucial. Because right at the very beginning here, Assassin, it's gonna be a map that's gonna be super interesting. Breeze is gonna be coming on down through. But before we talk about Breeze, I want Red Bro's opinion because I know he has strong opinions about this.
Oh man, Breeze, one of the most, like polarizing maps that we've ever seen. since Icebox, right? Like
Yeah.
Icebox, it was generally something that did not receive a lot of favorable reviews from the community in terms of both professional players and casual players. But Breeze seems to be one of the most polarizing maps because some people absolutely love it, some people absolutely do not want to play in it. And Breeze is one of those maps where aim just comes into so much importance because there are so many long angles you need to hold up against. There's so many ways to rotate, and there's so many ways to attack on towards a particular site. It just lends itself to it just opens itself up to a lot of creative plays to be made by both these teams, but at the same time, it adds a little bit of RNG to the equation as well because it's so uncertain. So in terms of the strategies that are going to be pulled out on towards Breeze, I'm really excited to see what both these teams have to offer in this particular map because we haven't really seen this being played a lot throughout the TEC Gauntlet series. Like every single team, they just want to ban Breeze out as soon as they actually get it. But it looks like Velocity Gaming, they do have a plan in mind because they're the ones who first picked this particular map.
Honestly, I feel as though Breeze being picked up by all of these top caliber teams is to just throw their opposition team through the loop. But at the same time, we know for a fact that the side of Global, they're very proficient on this map as well. And Assassin, I think you can talk us through this entire map selection because we have both Breeze and Icebox here. And that's like a big, like, I don't know how I feel about this because we have never seen both of these maps come on down in the same map selection.
So the thing is that with Breeze, right? I was pretty interested to see Breeze in there because I thought both of these teams are just gonna try and avoid the map of Breeze because we know for a fact that because the thing is you gotta embrace something, right? You just gotta keep something to yourself because this is not the absolute final yet. This is the upper bracket finals. Who's gonna be winning it is gonna move in over towards the next stage, and then who's gonna be losing it is gonna be facing off against First One Esports. So I thought that they're just gonna try and save the entire strat book of Breeze for a later match. But hey, it looks like that they're just going all in, and I just can't wait to see what they're going to do on the map of Breeze because Global Esports is starting off with the attack, and I feel like that Global, they are the ones to actually go ahead and put out their work on the map of Breeze for the very first time. At least I feel like that because I have casted a lot of Breeze games, and I feel like the Global Esports are were the only team actually before who used to pick the map of Breeze and were absolutely ready for it. But then Velocity and Enigma and everyone else started picking up the map of Breeze as well, and they started putting out their entire strats and their entire setup in and around Breeze. On towards the map of Bind, I feel as if Global Esports, we did see them go up against who exactly was that team though? It was Enigma Gaming, right? Where it went multiple overtimes. So yeah, Global Esports, as if I feel they might have that advantage as well. Not because of that game though, but overall we feel like that Global Esports are a stronger team on the map of Bind. Velocity, no doubt, are strong, but I actually have seen Velocity Gaming, try and avoid these puggish maps like Ascent, Bind. They just keep it out of the map pool. They try and play more tactically based maps like Haven. Then we have got Breeze now in the map pool. So I feel like that Velocity Gaming might have a little bit of a problem with the map of Bind, but Icebox is where things are gonna get heated up because the temperature on Icebox is not gonna be enough. All of these guys, they're just gonna blaze their way up, and they are just gonna, make their way through into the decider as well.
Yeah, the maps are going to be really interesting and really spicy, ladies and gentlemen. And just as you stated, Assassin, I was also surprised initially when I saw the Breeze, but hey, it's an El Clasico for a reason. Both of these teams are going to be bringing something down to the table that you have never really seen before. And honestly, I'm really excited for this matchup. You do have to be excited because you're the ones doing the casting, of course. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to make you wait for long. We're going to be heading on down over to the caster test. But before we do head on off, make sure to check out the links down below in the description. And also, click on the giveaway link down below as well. You could just get yourself an LG Ultragear gaming monitor that could just give you that tiny little bit of an edge moving on down forward in your own games. But hey, as you're also down there, make sure to check our streams for a Red Bull QR code. Get yourself energized, scan that QR code, get yourself a can of Red Bull. Because honestly, there's no easier way of getting it other than scanning out that QR code. And hey, it's going to be your boy Aggressive signing on off, and I'm going to be sending these two on my right side over towards this is my right side. Sending these two over towards the caster test, and we'll be back with the reel shortly after a word from our sponsors.
Welcome to the caster's desk of the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1 powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. I'm your caster Assassin 47. On the desk with me is Red Bro. And we are going to bring you this El Clasico action, and we're going to walk you through all three of these maps as well. If it goes that way, that is. You never know. Maybe one team might just go ahead and take it away in 2 maps. What are your thoughts on that, Red Bro?
Well, looking at the recent track record of Velocity, the way that they actually nailed both of their series in the semifinals and in the quarterfinals, it looks to be that they want to, imitate that sort of domination streak that they have going for them. So they want to replicate that sort of thing here as well against Global, but it's not going to be an easy task because Global Esports, they're not going to take that lying down because we call it an El Clasico for a reason, is both these teams just trade blow for blow for blow in every single match that they meet in. So it might just go on towards the map, towards the third map. If Global Esports can reconcile themselves and not let that factor play in their head, like, look, Velocity Gaming won the last 2 series 2-0. We won the last 2 series 2-1. We dropped a map in both of the series that we played in. It really doesn't matter because this is the match that we need to nail our strategies. But the prospect of both these teams meeting again in the actual grand finals is something that might prove to be a relief for the losers. Like, okay, we're good enough to beat Force 1 and come back. But then again, this is Valorant. You really can't have that guarantee. So both these teams, they're going to give it their heart and they're just going to give it their all to try and win it out. And Velocity, given the fact that they picked up Breeze, it goes to show that they're really not holding back. They're pulling out all the stops that they need to bring down a team like Global Esports, and rightfully so. You really need to give a lot of respect to the opposition as Velocity, because if you don't, you might just end up losing up 2 maps in a row and find yourself in the lower bracket finals.
I also wanted to ask you this. What exactly is the agent selection that you are sort of looking for both of these teams to bring out on the map of Breeze? Because we know for a fact that Global Esports, if I'm not wrong, I did see them running a no duelist composition. Right. Maybe SK Rossi was on the Jet, not sure. Right. It has been some time since I actually casted a Global Esports Breeze map. But the last time, I do believe they had a dual controller setup. They had a Sentinel. They had 2 Sentinels, actually. They had one player on the Sage, that is one of the Sentinels, and they had one Cypher. They had Lightning Fast from the Cypher or Killjoy. Right. But yeah, I feel though, like Velocity Gaming's composition themselves, it has evolved in such a way where, it sort of looks like it's kind of better than the rest. So what sort of an agent lineup are you looking for these players to bring out?
Yeah. Definitely, when we were looking at the default maps, including Icebox, right? I'm calling it default map because Breeze is the newest map addition to the roster. And when you're playing on a map like Breeze, it kind of just flips the meta all over on his belly because you really can't run the traditional setups that you would normally do. And that is proven to be a fact by these top tier teams who go with these no duelist compositions because you need that sort of utility that the initiators and sentinel agents bring to the table because it's such a large map. You need to cut across so many angles and really lock down so so many approaches on towards the site that you really need the utility over that sort of site pushing ability, because even if you push on towards the site, you have so much ground to cover, right? The duelists, their effectiveness in these sorts of situations might dwindle down a little bit more because you really can't clear that much space by yourself. So what do? You cut off the map, you make it a bit smaller, you make these sites a bit smaller by using the Viper wall, and that is one of the agents that I want to really see coming out from both these teams. The Viper using that wall and using the orb to cut across all of the maps, all the sight lines on towards either A or even towards B, and getting a cheeky plant off really quickly and playing for the retake, because you want to really narrow down that sort of narrows down the areas of contention on Breeze. Because if you don't have a central focal point of attack, the defense can just collapse on towards you from from a lot of the angles that are present on the map. So we really need to take so attackers really need to take the initiative in terms of pushing on towards the site, getting themselves the control that they need, and really consolidating themselves on towards that and bring the defenders on towards one particular funnel so they can add a sense of predictability to that. Without that, you really can't tell where the opposition is going to come from. So controller agents like Viper, Astra are going to be really quintessential, but I'm not going to forego the Sky either, because Sky is really a must play on Breeze. If you don't have a Sky on your team, you're not going to have that sort of global flash that the agent actually brings, because the bird flashes are just really amazing on a map like Breeze, like an open-ended map like Breeze. No other agent compares to Sky in this particular map.
Yeah, I kind of share a similar feeling here as well, because I feel as if the Viper is definitely going to be seen from both of these teams. Are going to be seeing a Sky as well, if I'm not wrong. Sova is questionable because, you know, there are instances where we have seen teams, you know, go ahead and choose the Sky instead of the Sova. And one of such teams is Global Esports. So I feel as if, you know, not seeing a Sova, I'm not going to be surprised. It is all down to what sort of an agent lineup is gonna finally come in, and I feel like that the agent selection screen is ready. So why don't we quickly jump straight into the agent selection screen, and we are gonna witness the action happening right here on the map of Breeze, ladies and gentlemen. Velocity Gaming going ahead. They are gonna pick up the agent line. It's very interesting, isn't it? Okay, it was quick. I know. Don't worry. We are gonna walk you through the entire lineup as well. I'm gonna quickly go through it as well. So we're going to be seeing Hellfighter, who is going to quickly go ahead and pick up Cypher. Going to be seeing Right to Ace, who's going to be playing Sky. Amaterasu is going to be on the Brimstone. Very interesting. Point to be noted, Redro. Vibor is going to be on the Viper. And MW1 is going to be playing the Jet. So again, a single duelist composition coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming, whereas from the side of Global Esports, we're going to be seeing the exact same, but instead of the Brimstone, we're going to be seeing the Viper and the Sova coming in as well. So it is a very interesting lineup. Let's get inside of the game so that you guys get a lot more of a visual representation. And Red Bro, I want your thoughts on the agent lineup.
Yeah, this is absolutely what we talked about, right? Sky and Viper always must picks on this particular map, because you really want those walls and that controlling potential that both these agents bring to the table. It's no surprise that they have picked them up. Sova being picked up by Global Esports is definitely interesting, and I'm really excited to see how he actually plays this one. Kappa is known for being one of the best Sovas in the South Asian region. We're gonna have to see how he fares against this one. It's a consolidated push on towards A site by Global Esports. Hellfire's waiting behind the wall. The flash is gonna come out from the side of Velocity. SK Rossi is right there in an advanced position. Condart's gonna go down. It's not gonna spot anyone. The wall's gonna go down. SK Rossi finds himself in an advanced angle. Takes down Amaterasu near that box area. Right to Ace is gonna peek out through that mid double doors area. He's gonna spot 3 members, but the Viper wall is gonna obscure him. Hellfire though takes down Kappa through the smoke with the headshot. It's gonna go down. The flash is going to facilitate that, but now Global Esports have a retake to contest against. MW1 gets taken down from a flank from Lightning Fast near that mid double doors area. As now, both these teams are trading blow for blow for blow. Lightning Fast, they haven't picked up on his position yet. He's gonna get a few kills, can't really find the shot on towards any member of Velocity, but it doesn't matter. Global Esports, Hellranger comes in quick with 2 kills for his team, taking down that fast push on towards A side. And this is what I was talking about, Assassin. Bringing that sort of agency from the side of the attackers, taking the site control and forcing the defenders to be pigeonholed in sort of those closed funnel areas really lends that sort of predictability to the map, and Global Esports happily capitalizing on that. Really nice play coming out from them. Lightning Fast proving to be the perfect distraction to facilitate their push on towards A site.
Lightning Fast has always been that that star for the side of Global Esports, right? When he always comes in, he does something interesting and unique that sets off the other team and always gets him a clip as well. But we did see a little bit of a panic with the capital K moment over there for the side of Lightning Fast. So let's hope that the nerves are not getting onto the side of Global Esports. Let's hope that both of these teams are, going to be a little bit more chill, calm, cool, collected. They're going to just take this game as just another, official match.
Oh man, that is a lot to ask for, especially if your opponent is either Velocity or Global. You look at the
Yeah.
buys coming out from Global Esports. They really want to take this particular round. If Velocity can get 2 or 3 kills on the board, it's going to inflict a lot of economic damage for the side of Global Esports. But they do have advanced positions on towards this side here. Kappa goes big with 2 kills at the beginning of the round. Right, Ace is going to hold back with a red pyramid angle. He's going to take down Kappa, but gets traded out by Ranger. That spike plant's gonna go down near that pyramid area again. Vibor only has a classic to work with, so does his teammate. Oh no, MW1 is actually running the shorty. Has to get in close range to make that count here. Vibor and MW1, they just really want to try and get as many kills as possible. G Hellranger gets a head tap on towards him, but SK Rossi comes in clutch with the Phantom, making it work for his team. 2-0 on the scoreboard for Global Esports. They're really taking the attacking to Velocity at this particular point, and they just want to really pick at the wound of Velocity. They just want to keep on exploiting this ace site. They really want to go there. It looks to be another default spot, but in that particular round, Global Esports really good at using the utility of the Viper and Sky, moving on towards the site. They obscure the opponents, the opponents they're holding in those defensive areas on towards the site, obscuring the vision with the Viper wall, using the flashes to great effect, pushing on towards the site, and just waiting till the last moment that the wall is down before making any sort of play really lends that sort of suspense to their playstyle. And VLT, when they're looking at the Viper wall, they really can't predict what Global is going to do. Are they going to hold on towards pyramids? Are they going to push on towards mid? Are we going to get a flank coming in from mid? These are the sort of questions as a defender you need to ask when you're playing on this particular map, and that's why I feel like as a defender, you really need to meet that sort of agency that are showcased by the attackers with agency of yourself. You really need to take the initiative and push forward and try to collapse on towards the attackers pushing on towards the site. If you do not do that, and you allow the attackers to basically pull you in on towards the site that they planted the spike in, you put yourself at a disadvantage, and Global Esports making sure that they take that disadvantage to create effect against Velocity. Now they set themselves a 2-0.
2-0 as we move on over towards a round where things are about to change for the side of Velocity as well, because they are going to have a better buy. We're going to be seeing MW1 quickly moving it over towards the tunnels and getting a frag on towards Lightning Fast. This is going to be that pick that Velocity we're looking forward to. And with Lightning Fast down, we're no longer going to be seeing the flashy plays. But hey, don't forget, we do have SK Rossi left out. But no, we might just once again, SK Rossi, the dash gets him killed. Red Bro, I know for a fact that you don't know about this, but now that you've witnessed it, I want to let you know that SK Rossi has been making this mistake from quite some time now. Every single time during a fight, he goes ahead, he dashes into a wrong direction and gets himself taken down. And before taking down skills means that the entirety of Global Esports,
enemy remaining.
they are going to be out of this round. MW1 further pushing in from the tunnels, coming in with a little bit of a flank. Taking down Kappa means that Hellfighter can find Hellranger, who tried to sneak in towards the A side with that Vandal. Global Esports, well, the full buy comes out from the side of Velocity Gaming, and Global Esports, they messed up big time.
Well, Velocity Gaming showing their teeth here. A little bit of an unfortunate event coming out from SK Rossi, but it goes to show that it happens to the best of us. These sorts of little mistakes, and they sort of have this sort of ability to influence the outcome of the entire round. So it's a big mistake to make, but it happens to the best of us. So hopefully SK Rossi can bounce back from that one. But MW1 getting that kill on towards Lightning Fast at the start of the round really set up his team for success. And Velocity pulling off a flawless in that last round means that Global Esports really know that, hey, look, we got an attack around here. Oh my god, SK Rossi! Was that reaction time? Looking at him right now, Redemption Arc coming out really quickly in the next. You see him dashing on towards the enemy in one round, and then he pulls off that in the next one. This is what SK Rossi is capable of, ladies and gentlemen, and he pulls himself up at just the right time. Notices that this guy was holding on towards his left angle, peeks him, flicks his mouse towards the head, takes him down, creates space for his team. So right now, VLT They're putting on towards the
enemy
towards the side.
remaining.
Hellfire unfortunately gets taken down by Lightning Fast, his Cypher counterpart. MW1 is the only member standing against 4 members of Global Esports. Might be a tall order for him, but oh my goodness, both these players are just playing out of their minds at this point. Kappa, unfortunately, gets in the way of the crosshair of MW1. Lightning Fast holding fast in this mid area. He has heard MW1's footsteps. Does he fancy a peek through here, though? He has 88 HP to work with. MW1's not looking at that angle. He's not going to miss those shots when he actually creeps up on towards your back. And Lightning Fast, again, being the anchor, being in those unpredictable positions, getting the crucial kills for his team. But, Assassin, we got to talk about SK Rossi's flick right there. What was that?
Something out of the world for sure, and this is exactly what we were talking about in the analyst desk, right? The entire rivalry that we were trying to, sort of talk about throughout the analyst desk between MW1 and SK Rossi. This is what we meant. This is the kind of performance that both of these players put up. And I also want to shed some light about Lightning Fast, right? I really just want to quickly let you guys know that Velocity Gaming, throughout Global Esports' attack, I feel like Velocity Gaming, all they have to do is always keep one player to watch out for Lightning Fast, because this guy is known for some godlike lurks, and the way he comes in with these flanks sets the entirety of Velocity Gaming off.
Right, definitely. It does, and for Velocity, it really needs to be a sort of play where they push themselves on towards mid-side, try to find out Lightning Fast where he's holed up in those unpredictable positions that we mentioned in the previous round, and really take him down so that you know from logical deduction that all the rest of the Global Esports members are now pushing on towards the side, because he's the only one who's flanking. Same case is happening here. 4 players of Global Esports are in that particular position. SK Rossi, unfortunately, the Viper snake bite forces him into an unfavorable position. He gets taken down, but the Viper's pit has been laid down on towards the side. Vibor getting himself on towards the flank of Global Esports, taking down Kappa and the Spike plant. And the Spike has been exposed on towards the side. Vibor gets a second kill on the side, the third of the round. Lightning Fast is now in a flank. Is a 1v3, but it's definitely doable. Vibor is low HP, but VLT Amaterasu has his number, address, email address, you name it. Lightning Fast gets taken down, and VLT pull one back, 2-3 on the scoreboard.
Velocity Gaming going ahead and putting up that second round on the board means that Global Esports have to go in for a little bit of an eco, because their entire economy has shaken a little bit. Except for Hellranger, everyone else has to go in for these upgraded pistols. And wow, it's interesting to see Hellranger going ahead and picking up that Vandal as well with the half shield. I mean, I understand the fact that he is gonna have a buy the next round, but instead of that, I feel like,
Get out of my way.
he might have gone ahead and given a sheriff or something to Lightning Fast and SK Rossi. That would have been something that would have made a difference, but I feel like that SK Rossi doesn't need the sheriff because he has got the blades, but now he has no head as Amaterasu plucks it out right in front of him. What the hell was that for Amaterasu? As it feels like Velocity Gaming, they are just gonna rush down the entirety of Global Esports, and they're just gonna pluck their faces right out of thin air. As with a minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, we're already down to a 3 versus 4. This is nothing but an eco for the side of Global Esports, and we know for a fact that, Velocity, they are supposed to go ahead and take this away. But I thought that maybe we are gonna be seeing a little bit of a change, because SK Rossi had his blades. We had Hellranger on the Vandal. He still has the Vandal, by the way. He has not died yet, but yeah, the entire roster had nothing but upgraded pistols. We knew for a fact that Global Esports are pretty darn good when it comes to their pistols and skills. Just have an interesting frag on towards Amaterasu. Hellfighter is not covering Amaterasu's back, and it is going to be Amaterasu to be falling, but Hellfighter to be getting the frag on towards Lightning Fast, who was trying to once again sneak in, as he does always. Hellfighter knows where exactly skills is, and there you go, he's going to spot him out as well. Is going to give that information to Vibor, who is holding the middle angle. They've got the spike in front of them as well, so yeah, skills, nice little flash, not bad, nobody saw it, it's all okay. 10 seconds left on the clock, and skills just going to try and maybe carry this Vandal onto the next round. I'm not really sure if he can do anything, so yeah, the best option for him right now would be to just carry it forward onto the next round and
Definitely
drop it over to one of his comrades, or just maybe, just go ahead, buy up all the stuff you need, your utilities. You can see that you are missing the Trailblazer. You have to get a little guiding light. So yeah, Let's just go ahead, carry this specific Vandal to the next round and
Right.
get your full buyout with your squad.
Right, so for Global Esports, what they did was, even though they were forced onto an eco round, they really didn't want to, dwindle their chances of winning that particular round. Hellranger did end up picking up the first frag of the round with his Vandal, and it did prove to be pretty effective. Unfortunately, SK Rossi getting taken down near that mid side by Amaterasu really didn't add any sort of, didn't really help their push on towards that A site, and they kind of just lost that sort of direction after losing out on SK Rossi. But it's a fresh new round. They do have assault rifles in tow for this particular round. SK Rossi unfortunately takes a few pot shots from that A area from Amaterasu using the Cloudburst, a great effect. Try and dodge out those hungry players near that mid-side area. Right to Ace is now peeking out through there. He's going to take down SK Rossi near that double door area. That's going to mean that a lot of the bite of the side of Global Esports has been removed. The Viper Pit is there on towards B side, blocking the view of Global Esports. Now the only realistic option for Global is going through B. The Lightning is going to come down. The Hunter's Fury is on from Kappa. He's not going to find anyone out. Lightning Fast is taking a lot of damage in the smoke here. Vibor knows where they are. The Molly's going to add further aggravation to the push coming out from Global. And it's a really, really good chokehold that VLT have them in. And MW1 is going to funnel them on towards that mid side. Unfortunately, can't really take the kill. Technically take the second kill. Kappa takes down right to Ace. Going to open up A side here, but Hellfire taking down Kappa. And the orbital strike near that mid side area is going to mean that they're now put a stopper in, but Amaterasu unfortunately doesn't have his weapon out when meeting Nightling Fast near that CT area, and the round's gonna dwindle out. They have to do something quickly here. They need to get the spike plant down. Hellfire might have really done it for his team, and Hellfire comes in clutch for the side of Velocity Gaming, taking down 3 kills. Stalling Global Esports so much, who looked to be in control of that round, but as is the case with these games, Assassin, you really can't tell. You really can't give it to one team when they've actually had an advantage. And Hellfire comes in big for his team, making himself the rock of a site and just pushing back any sort of aggression from Global Esports.
Do that. This is pretty interesting to see both of these teams just, putting up a nail-biting performance, because I expected Velocity Gaming to have a little bit of an edge, or maybe even Global Esports at that fact, because Global Esports are starting off on the attack side, and we know for a fact that Breeze is an attacker side of map, but Velocity Gaming, the way they are playing their defense, especially MW1, so aggressive, every single round gaining information and relaying it to the team. Now they know, the entirety of Velocity know that Global Esports are making a hit over towards the A side, and Vibor gets himself a double. How in God's name did he make that happen?
Down A.
And right to Ace comes up with the double of his own, and it all comes out Lightning Fast in a 1 versus 5. The guy has pulled up a lot of luck situations, but with nothing but a sheriff and 5 players standing right in front of him, he's not going to be able to do much. So 5-3 as we head on over towards round number 9. Redbro, I feel as if it wouldn't matter what sided map this is. It's just going to be Velocity.
Yep.
On top of that information that they're that they're actually getting every single time, every single round, and relaying it to the rest of the comrades as well. The thing is that MW1 is being that information gatherer for the team.
Right.
Velocity's roster, right? Velocity's lineup right now, it has got no Sova. It's got no sorts of information gathering agent as well. So MW1 playing aggressive, popping heads and getting that information is something that we are looking forward to seeing him do. Before, well, we did not look forward to seeing him die right off the bat in that round. This is going to be SK Rossi just rushing behind those Seekers. And it feels like the entirety of Global Esports are going to have that advantage over towards the A side. They are going to put down that spike, and it's going to be that 4 vs 5 retake for the side of Velocity Gaming, Red Bro.
When you're using the Trailblazers alongside in conjunction with the Seekers, you have a combination for success here. Unfortunately, Velocity can't really find an answer to that. They lost one member near that A site at the start of the round, and it really led to the spike plant coming down from Global Esports. However, look at the dismantling of the defense of Global Esports by Velocity. They're a well-oiled team. Just like a SWAT team, they push on towards the site, cut off the sight lines, cut off and isolate Hellranger near that A site entry area, and takes his teammates down. while getting the spike diffused off to push him on towards that side, and Amaterasu happy to oblige with that kill on towards Hellranger. It's gonna mean that VLT secure the 5th consecutive round of the game. And the way that they're taking that initiative is what I was saying at the start of the game as well. When you're defending on Breeze, you really need to try and get that information of where the attackers are gonna converge on towards you, right? And given the fact that you've already said that VLT don't really have that sort of information gathering potential in any of their agents other than the Sky's Trailblazer, when the sound effect does play when you flash a player, it really comes down to VLT committing resources on towards that particular role, where the only thing that they need to do is just find out information. So now we do have a push coming on towards A site, which has been dwindled, which has been countered by VLT in that particular area. Hellranger opening up the door is going to signal the fact that he is on Hall's area. And right to Ace is just going to quickly go ahead. I'm just going to shut this door down real quick, not really allow you that angle on towards the site. And Hellranger is like, nope, I'm going to open it right back up. And it means that a lot of pressure is now being levied on towards that Hall area. They have to deal with both here. Now, what will Global do? Now that they have the information, now that they have that sort of position, what will they want to do? Vibor takes down Hellranger near that Hall area is going to mean that sort of advantage that they carved out for themselves has been nullified. Lightning Fast is going to get caught out by MW1 here. He does get taken down. Skills, though, taking down Vibor before being traded out by Right to Ace. Kappa and SK Rossi are now the only surviving members, but SK Rossi, you really can't do anything with that little HP. Unfortunate stuff coming out from Global, but really, really amazing plays coming out from VLT. They're showing you how it's done on Breeze. As a defender, you're not really on the defense. You really need to take the game to the attackers in order to win out. Same case with Icebox that we've already seen from VLT coming out so far. And they're looking to replicate that sort of mentality here, Assassin. And they get paid well for it in return. 7-3 on the scoreboard.
Velocity Gaming going ahead and dominating on the defense on Breeze. Now I feel that Global Esports, what they can try and do is maybe, you know, read out what exactly is happening. So they know for a fact that MW1 is pushing up every single time from the B tunnels, from the B side, or sometimes even over towards the A halls. So what they can try and do is maybe, you know, cut off that part of information that Velocity Gaming is gaining. Maybe work off of that. Maybe right 2 ways to use the Trailblazer and clear out the middle position. Is going to use the Seekers as well, his ultimate, in order to gain more and more information. Now that 2 of the Seekers are just, you know, stuck right there, he knows that there are multiple players over towards the A halls. It's the MW1 to not check the tunnels, but then he's just going to dash out of there. He's going to make his way back over towards the B side. There is Hellfire to help him out, but I feel as if though Hellfire it's just not going to be enough, because we have got 2 interesting players from the side of Global Esports approaching the B side, but they're not committed yet, mind you. They have not committed yet. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Global Esports is going to try and just make that Hail Mary rush over towards the A side possible. 35 seconds now. The Viper wall is going to be going up, and you're going to be seeing Lightning Fast checking the close angle. Right to Ace is holding right there. He has got his crosshair placement correct to the face of Lightning Fast. Going to be going down, but Right Choice is not going to be ready for skills and the guiding light. There's not enough time left. 20 seconds, and they have to make a decision now. Skills, he's got no time left to move in over towards the B side now, and he has to commit over towards A.
1 enemy remaining.
But has he got any idea that Vibor is right around the corner? It's going to be Vibor to take down both these players. And it is going to be Velocity Gaming maybe to put up their 8, but nope. There's a little bit of a plot twist. There's going to be Kappa to take down Vibor, but Amaterasu to come in with a trade as well and deny the 4th on the board for the side of Global Esports. 8-3, ladies and gentlemen, is Velocity Gaming. We're going to be seeing them try and take the lead as we are heading on over towards the last round of the first half.
Oh man, that last round was, that just showcased how aggressive both these player sets are at this particular point. Both these teams just really, they do not want to let the opposition win. It was just pure, unadulterated fury coming out from both these teams. Like, getting trade for trades, but the aggression coming out from both these teams is just absolutely testament to the fact that neither of them really want to give any sort of advantage to the other opposition. As you see that Global Esports are now piling bodies on towards the site here. It's going to be a consolidated push on towards B. B. Vibor has gotten taken down. The Viper's Pit is going to go down near that spike plant area. The spike is going to go down. SK Rossi's going to take down VLT right to Ace. He's going to go up. He's going to take down Amaterasu. 3 kills on the board for him. It's going to mean that MW1 is going to force the Blade Storm up his own. He's going to take down Lightning Fast with the headshot.
Enemy remains.
But SK Rossi is right there in tow. We were talking about this competition, and it looks to be that SK Rossi has best his opponent for this particular map. Is he on an ace right now? He is. He has 4 kills in his name, and he's going to get that ace. SK Rossi here, ladies and gentlemen, stepping up big for his team in the last round of the first half.
Switching sides.
Getting that ace for his team, securing that round, making sure the momentum shifts a little bit on Global Esports' favor before they switch on towards the defense. And that round was absolutely crucial for Global Esports to win out, because now they have to win out 4 rounds instead of 5 rounds on the first half to try and get themselves back on the scoreboard and tie it up. Vibor falling at the onset of the round on towards B side really helped out Global Esports' cause on pushing on towards B. And the amazing plays coming out from SK Rossi. We've always seen him do SK Rossi things, and he definitely did an SK Rossi thing right there, Assassin. And right now, Global Esports, they really need to take the initiative. Again, just like VLT did. Find the information, get the read on VLT, and collapse as a team on defense. That's literally what you need to do.
Completely agree to you on that, because right now Global Esports, the thing that they are gonna have an advantage over VLT is the fact that they might not have to, aggressively move in and lose a player in order to gain information, because they do have a dual initiator setup. They have a Sky and they also have a Sova on board. So I feel as if, Global Esports, they might just have a little bit more when it comes down to the information as well on towards Velocity Gaming. Amaterasu, now, it's going to be the one to hold on over towards the A also. We're going to be seeing the Viper going down from the side of Velocity Gaming, and the Jet, that is SK Rossi, going down from the side of Global Esports. But man, SK Rossi, he has broken the curse of 4K Rossi. He's broken the curse of getting only a 4K and not an ace, and I feel like that might just be the start that Global Esports needed, and they are making that change as well. They are bringing that change on their defense. All it was needed was SK Rossi to step up. The entire team has gained their morale back. Hellrager to get himself a double over towards the B side.
30 seconds left.
To put the team in an advantage in a 3 versus 2 situation. This round pretty much looks in the favor of Global Esports, unless and until Amaterasu and Vibor have something else to say. Actually, Amaterasu and Helef. My bad. Vibor got taken down as well. Lightning Fast is going to be the one to hold on over towards the side, and Lightning Fast never fails to deliver, ladies and gentlemen. Every single time Lightning Fast holding on to a particular site. The guy is an absolute beast of an anchor. If you know for a fact that he does his job god darn well.
Definitely, and he did his job well in that particular round. And it looked to be the last round of this first half was the perfect momentum shift for Global Esports, right? Because you saw Velocity Gaming win out 7 rounds in a row, and it really reflected in the body language of Global Esports on attack. They were a little bit hesitant. They didn't really have that sort of direction that we've come to expect from their attacking plays. But SK Rossi just rallied the entire team, giving them new life in this particular match. And right now, VLT are going to have to face off against a rejuvenated Global Esports, which is very, very scary, mind you. But they are a team that will be up to the task. And they're going to have to play a little bit slower here, because they know that GE are going to play aggressive. So it's all up to them to try and bait them out. You see Vibor already doing that, taking a little bit of a shot to the leg from the Marshall in the process. Kappa's not gonna let you go unpunished in those particular situations. Right to Ace, favoring a little bit of a shoulder beat of his own here, but SK Rossi with the Phantom firepower supremacy goes in, takes down 2 members near that area, and really dismantles the push coming out from the side of VLT. SK Rossi getting 3 kills to his name. They have the spike in vision here. Vibor is isolated and cornered. Lightning Fast is gonna tie that round back up. And the lead that VLT had carved out for themselves is now getting smaller and smaller. Global Esports inching closer to tying up the scoreboard.
Lead is definitely getting much closer, right? And I feel as if Velocity Gaming are gonna do something in order to change that, in order to, completely bamboozle the side of Global Esports. Put up a show that the entire audience and us casters are gonna enjoy as well. We can expect that, because this round, there's going to be a full buy from the side of Velocity Gaming, and Global Esports are going to have 3 players on the Spectre, 1 on the Marshall, and SK Rossi on that Phantom. I was pretty impressed to see SK Rossi going ahead and picking up that Phantom. Because you know why? With the entire change in economy and the new update, right? Most of the players, especially the likes of SK Rossi, what they would prefer is just keeping the Ghost for the second round and then picking up an operator in the third round itself. Looks like that SK Rossi is coming in with a little bit of a flank and nobody's expecting this. Amaterasu has heard out SK Rossi and the dash, but SK Rossi is just too quick. He's going to go ahead and take down the IGL as well. That's going to be Amaterasu going down. No smokes left out from the side of Velocity Gaming, except for, of course, the Viper's Cloud. But Scales is going to take care of Hellfire as well. We are no longer going to be having any sorts of intel gathering from the side of Velocity. We do have the Sky, but right to AC only has one guiding light left. And I don't think so that's going to be enough because there are two players left out from the side of Global Esports and they've got no idea that Hellraiser is coming in with a flank. Right to Ace is watching the angle over there, but no! The timing, it works out in the favor of Hellraiser. It's going to be Vibor left out in a 1 versus 2 situation. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think that Vibor is going to be able to pull it off? I don't think so. Look at his HP. All it would take Kappa is to connect one shot with that pistol or even that Marshall. Don't forget the fact that Hellraiser is coming in with a flank before it does take care of Kappa. Quick snap to the face of Kappa to take care of him while he was trying to peek in with that Marshall, but Hellraiser comes in at the exact same time through that Viper wall and takes care of before and puts that spike down as well. Calms down the spike by defusing it and puts up the 7th round of the board for the side of Global Esports. 8-7 as it looks like that the full buy from the side of Velocity Gaming did not work out in their favor, Red Bro. So what can?
That was probably the best round that Global Esports could have asked for. A bonus round where your primary aim is to inflict as much economic damage on the opponent as possible when they're doing a full buy of their own, right? But you go ahead and win out the damn thing, and it means that not only do you force your team, force your opponents on towards an eco, you now have a crazy amount of credits, an extra amount of credits to spare for the next round as well. So, for Global Esports, the stage is set for them to tie out this particular round, as VLT are now forced on towards the weapons that they need to buy in order to save for the next round. However, do not discount the fact that VLT have found themselves out from such situations before against similar teams, especially against Global Esports, so it's not over yet. However, SK Rossi gets taken down by Vibor, using that towards that particular side A area. The neural theft is gonna come out from Hellfire. He's gonna signal to all members of VLT where the members of Global Esports are in. Hellfire takes down Lightning Fast, taking down Kappa, using that information to great effect here. MW1 playing with his food. Hellranger doesn't really bite. He takes down MW1 with the Vandal, sealing the deal for his team right there. Ending that sort of menace that MW1 posed in B side. However, VLT, 4 members on A side, Spike planted, Viper's Pit covering the mid side area, not allowing any sort of push coming out from CT either, is going to prompt a understandable save round coming out from Global Esports, because if they do not save out the rifles, they will not have the full buys in the next round, which VLT will have. They have secured 1 rifle for Hellfire. They do have the Bulldog and the Spectre to work with for the next round if they do not wish to buy out. This is a crucial round for VLT, the first round of the second half that they've won out. Global Esports aren't even going to wait for the exit frags in fear of actually losing out their weapons, but really textbook example of how VLT can make unfavorable situations get turned around in their favor. And Global Esports, despite winning out a bonus round, getting themselves a full buy in the next round, they do not manage to circumvent the threat being posed by VLT. And it was really, really nice to see MW1, soaking up that pressure. It sort of gave me Haven flashbacks, where you consolidate a few resources on towards one side, but then you actually come in on towards the other. MW1 proving to be the perfect distraction for VLT to try and secure that A site, and they did, and they left 2 members of Global Esports on the other side of the map. There's a timeout that's going to come in, but it does mean that VLT get to keep their 2-round lead for the 17th round of the game.
Hellranger reminding the casters and the audience to be hydrated always, every single time. He goes ahead and, gives out a message as well. Guys, stay hydrated. It's very useful. It's very healthy. You guys, you all should, sip on some water. But if you are feeling low energy, you can also sip on some Red Bull, by the way. So yeah, the links are going to be down in the description below, and also the QR code is going to pop up as well as we head on over towards the caster scam. after the match. But you know what? I genuinely feel, Red Bro, as if both of these teams might just go ahead and take it to an overtime as well. I know for a fact that Global Esports, they are inching closer and closer to tying things up the scoreboard, but Velocity Gaming, most of the time they come out with some sort of a unique way to tackle the side of Global Esports. But how can they tackle SK Rossi, and his aim is the million-dollar question, isn't it? But MW1 comes and strikes in full force. That's gonna be the sky going down from the side of Global Esports. And once again, SK Rossi, no, he misses, but then he pulls out his Remus shot in order to take down Amaterasu. But has he got any idea that Vipor is lurking over towards the A mains and the A lobbies? It's gonna be Vipor to instantly come back with a little bit of a reply onto SK Rossi and end his kill streak. Just look at this. With 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock, we have got most of the players down from the side of Velocity Gaming already.
Right.
Don't forget the fact that Global Esports, they were on nothing but a little bit of a half buy, I would say. Because it's just Hellranger and Lightning Fast who have got themselves a proper full buy right there. But full shields and proper rifles. But Kappa was running he was running half shields. We had SK Rossi who was playing on the Sheriff and the Blades and skills. Tried to eke out a buy as well.
Last player standing.
And it looks to be that Global Esports are going to try and win out of this particular round here. VLT now only have their faith vested in Right to Ace, who's the sole surviving member of the attacking force. He has one Trailblazer to work with, none right now. He has the Tasmanian Tiger, can't find the headshot, unfortunately, on towards Hellranger, who's going to secure the final kill. And as you said, Assassin, before the 30 seconds of the round were over, 5 players were already down, and when the round actually started, I was confused as to which team was actually on the defense and which team was attacking, because the way that Global Esports, SK Rossi just took out the Bladestorm and rushed in towards mid side was absolutely amazing, and it kind of caught VLT off guard because GE didn't really do that throughout the course of the game too often, and that was a really, really risky play coming out from the side as well. But hey, if it pays out dividends for your team, why not, right? And it is paying off dividends for them because they have the assault rifles right now. They have the full buys. And VLT, they're gonna have to go for makeshift buys here. The Tasmanian Tiger working to great effect. SK Rossi taking down 2 members. He is leading the charge for his team at this point. 3 kills. VLT Amaterasu gets taken down for the side of Velocity. Now 2 members now remain on the side of VLT. Their attacking bite has been lost. VLT Hellfire gets taken. Gets a little bit of shot. Takes a few shots through the Viper smoke, and the Viper's pit is gonna find him right there in the pyramid area. Vibor doesn't have any information on any member of Global, and it's gonna be tied up the scoreboard. It's gonna be a flawless round coming out from Global Esports, and right now, VLT are the ones looking to be in the back foot here. And Assassin may be right, we might be heading into overtime.
So that's the interesting part about Global Esports, right? And I'm so happy to see Hellranger and even SK Rossi picking up on that point that I was trying to make. So, unless you show a little bit of an aggression on the defense itself, it's going to be very hard to hold on to both of these sides. Because Breeze is such a humongous map, right? And you need information. If you don't have any information whatsoever, you are going to pay the price for it as a defender. And on top of that, we know for a fact that it is also an attacker-sided map. So, aggression is the name of the game here for the side of Global Esports. And SK Rossi, he is delivering that. I can't even stress this enough. The courage, the sheer brilliance coming out from the side of SK Rossi. It just goes on to put up that big W on the side of Global Esports every single goddamn time. And once again, SK Rossi has put the team in such an advantage that without the Jet, without MW1, things are going to be very difficult for the side of Velocity Gaming to open things up and open space over towards a particular side. But Hellfighter, he still makes it happen. He's on lightning fast, but there is SK Rossi once again back in the action. 65 HP left onto him, and with 48 seconds left on the clock, has he got any idea that Hellfighter is right below him? Has he got any idea that Hellfighter might have taken and take him down? Talking about sneaks, there you go. Amaterasu comes in with a little bit of a version of himself. He takes care of the sky onto the side of Team Global
30
Esports.
seconds
With
left.
skills going down. We are no longer going to be having any sorts of information for the side of Global Esports. All they have to do is take the fight. And I feel like that it's going to be that IGL versus IGL battle happening. It's going to be the IGL from the side of Global Esports. Win it out because Amaterasu was not checking that. He was not expecting Hellranger to be there. Hellranger moving from the double doors over towards the A side. But once again, no information has been passed on
One
to the
enemy remaining.
side of Global Esports that Hellfire is holding on
enemy
towards the
remaining.
stairs position. And now SK Rossi has that information, so he's going to try and act on it as well. Takes down Hellfire, a 1 versus 2. Let's see if SK Rossi is going to be able to isolate himself into individual one-on-one so that he can, sort of win out and clutch this round for the side of Global Esports. Knows that there is a player on the side. It's going to be Vibor. Vibor just going to walk past through that Viper wall, and with no time left, it is going to be SK Rossi to just try and run away, but Vibor can catch him through that wall. Vision assistance of what, Vibor?
Oh my.
That has to be the nuttiest thing that I saw today.
Oh my goodness,
Someone-
Vibor.
Yeah, someone please clip that. Please clip that. We have the clip feature enabled, guys. Clip that and tag the Esports Club on Instagram, wherever you guys are uploading it, because that definitely deserves a clip of its own.
Oh my goodness, Vibor, smartly knowing that you do not contest SK Rossi when he has the Blade Storm out of fear of the fact that you can just right-click you and obliterate you from existence. Smartly using the delay strategy to try and let the spike tick down so that even if he gets taken down, SK Rossi doesn't have enough time to win out the round for his team. But it looks to be that Vibor had other plans, just absolutely wipes SK Rossi off of the map from behind the Viper wall smoke. Oh my goodness, that was just absolutely insane. The prediction coming out from him was just pinpoint, getting a headshot while he was moving, mind you. So SK Rossi right now on the backside of VLT Hellfire, who has picked himself. Positioned himself in an advanced position here, but Hellranger is going to be able to spot him out, and SK Rossi along with his teammate is going to push on towards the backside of VLT. Right to Ace, gets taken down. Lightning Fast is again in that particular position. He unfortunately gives off the footstep to Vibor, who knows exactly where he is. And MW taking on towards Skills here. Skills is going to take one down, but the Seekers comes out at the worst possible moment for Skills. Amaterasu is going to take him down, and right now, Amaterasu and Vibor are in an advanced position here. They just can't find the shots on towards Hellranger, who runs out of ammo. Unfortunately,
30
can't
seconds
really
left.
take down Amaterasu, but he is now stacked up against two very dangerous players of Global Esports. It's going to be Kappa and SK Rossi himself. Amaterasu is up to the task. With 80 HP, though, it's going to be a bit difficult for him. He just wants to get the spike plant down and try to secure as much funds for his team as he can
Spike
for his team.
planted.
The Shock Dart barely scratches him. It does not really do any sort of damage. It raises past him. The recon drone's gonna come out. It's gonna scour the area for Amaterasu, who smartly goes behind the pillar. They do not know where he is. SK Rossi is now scouring the area, but they don't know where SK Rossi is. Unfortunately, the weapon barrel is visible through the wall, and SK Rossi, even if he sees like 1 millimeter of your character, he's always going to flick towards your location and take you down. And both these teams, again, they trade out rounds. They tie up the scoreboard. Despite the fact that BLT had an advantage going on towards that round, they kind of lost it, unfortunately, because of the aggression coming out from both SK Rossi and Hellranger from the flank around the world. They really do not expect these plays coming out from them, and VLT, they need to pick up the pace here. The slow pushes aren't really working because it's allowing Global Esports a fair bit of time to make sure that they get these rotations intact and they envelop the side of VLT before they can even see the face of the site. So right now, they need to speed up their game.
Get out of my way!
Velocity Gaming are no longer going to be having those big guns that they had the previous round. It's going to be nothing but the upgraded pistols. I'm going to be expecting Amaterasu to sort of put out something out there with that Spectre. But hey, might just be forced out of the position that he's holding on to. And wow, how the hell did that Seeker just get past him? Alright, then interesting. Hellranger alongside Skills is trying to push in. And that is going to be the end of Vibor and Amaterasu. MW1 still has his blades. So mind you, he might just go ahead and surprise us all. He might just surprise Hellranger as well. And yes, he will. Hellranger falls. And with that, MW1 is going to be left out with Hellfighter in a 2 versus 3 situation. A minute left on the clock. MW1 is going to be regrouping with his comrade. That is going to be Hellfighter coming in. Both of them are going to try and move it over towards the B side. Lightning Fast is holding over towards the B side as well. 50 seconds. Clock ticking. MW1 still moving it over towards the defense side spot. Instead of Kappa, while he's trying to rotate over towards the B side, and Hellfighter is coming in, trying to retrieve that spike and move it over towards the B mains. But now that he knows that Lightning Fast is over there, he's gonna think that SK Rossi is on that rotation over towards the B side. So Hellfighter is gonna try and play
30
smart.
seconds
He's gonna
left.
try and move A. But little does he know that SK Rossi hasn't left the A side. He knows the tendencies coming out from the side of a player like Hellfighter. And with 20 seconds, Hellfire, he has already made his move over towards the A side, and all he can do is move in over towards A. He can't rotate back towards B because there's no time left. He has to come over towards the A side, but I don't think so that he has the aim prowess to take on a behemoth like SK Rossi. As SK Rossi plucks his head right out of thin air and puts up the 11th round of the board for Global Esports. Global Esports fighting it out hard, and they're going to go ahead and take the lead from the hands of Velocity Gaming Red Row.
Unfortunate stuff coming out from VLT. MW1 using the Bladestorm to great effect, getting 3 kills on the board for his team. Unfortunately, they just can't find a response to Global Esports' defense because of the fact that the initiative that they're taking against Velocity. When you actually do have the information where Velocity is coming from, they can actually envelop them and collapse on them really efficiently. That is exactly what's happening. You see the Viper ultimate going down on towards B side, but MW1 is like, nope, I will disregard that. I will not pay any attention to it. I'll push it and kill the Viper and just basically allow my team to push on towards B side. And that is exactly what we needed to see from VLT. Fast pushes coming out and the initiative coming out from them. MW1 is now in an advanced position on towards the side. He's gonna try and spot out any member here. He hears the footstep of a defender behind the smoke. The Sky Trailblazer is gonna signal to him that there are players in that particular point. So MW1's gonna hold fast there. Skills is now being forced on towards that mid-side area. The Tasmanian Tigers not gonna find out anyone because all of the members of Global Esports are now hiding in tow. They do have 3 assault rifles, mind you. They have 3 Phantoms, but Skills, unfortunately, is on that classic. Despite Lightning Fast having 5,000 credits to start off the round here, Skills taking a little bit of damage from Amaterasu in that mid-side area. They just contemplate not pushing on towards that side because 5 members of VLT are alive, and they know that they can drop this particular round because it's not going to prompt down that here. Skills using that Trailblazer to take down Hellfire is going to mean a little bit of a dent has been done to the side of VLT in terms of their economy. Going to have to make sure that Hellfire gets the buy with the assault rifle. They need to spend 2,900 credits on him right now. But Global Esports happy to give away that particular round because it means that they still have the operator and 4 rifles and still 5,000 credits to spare, mind you. And in that particular round, VLT, this is what I was saying, right? You need to pick up the pace against a team like Global Esports because if you allow them time to reposition and rotate from behind you, you're always going to get killed and you're always going to be fighting a war on 2 fronts. VLT absolutely nailing that strategy to perfection, making sure that their players on towards the side. They disregard the Viper ultimate completely and get the spike plant down on towards B. So right now they're gonna try and prompt out a similar rotation strategy, similar attacking strategy on towards A side, but what will be the response from Global?
I think the read coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming as well, right? They got that good read about the economy coming out from the side of Global Esports, and they expected SK Rossi to pick up that operator. So it was a good decision for them to move it over towards the A side. I mean, I understand the fact that, you know, SK Rossi has been a dominant A player, and him operating over towards the B side is something that you would expect, but at the same time, you wouldn't expect as well. But hey, SK Rossi is going to be quick on that rotation. He's going to move in over towards the A house. He's going to try and take care of Hellfire. Hellfire has taken damage. Taken that initial hit, but yeah. He still has 74 HP left, so not really a problem. 45 seconds, and it feels like that the round starts and it ends in such a fashion. Like, it's so quick, right? We've seen the exhilarating adrenaline performance that these guys are putting up as well. It was just insane, and with MW1 going ahead and getting himself a frag onto its skills as well, things are on an even ground right now. A 3 versus 3 situation. Not so even for the side of Velocity, by the way, because 2 of their players are very low, and it all depends on to Vibor in order to just put up that performance from the side of Velocity Gaming and try and win out this round. Try and put up the match point first. MW1 not gonna peek. He is not at all gonna peek because he knows that he's low, but not peeking would result in dying. MW1 as Kappa is gonna push and take you down. It is Vibor's plant, by the way. He can try and deny it. He's gonna go ahead, line that snake bite up, but it's just a little bit too early. In Global Esports, you're gonna pull out that 3 versus 3 retake without any sorts of issues whatsoever, putting up the match point and trying to take it away from the hands of Velocity Gaming. Now, mind you, Velocity Gaming still have the money to go in for a buy, so all's not lost yet. It is just gonna be Right to Ace who's gonna be struggling, but we know for a fact that he is not a duelist. He's a support player, so he can still make do with a Sheriff or or even a Spectre.
It is do or die for VLT at this particular point. Unfortunate stuff coming out from them in that round where they had 3 players on towards the side. They did have the spike plant down as well. but they couldn't find an answer to Global Esports' collapse on towards that side when they went in for the retake. And it looks to be that they're now staring down on towards match point here. If they do not win this one out, it's going to mean that 1-0 is going to be established in this series, and it will make a little bit of a dent in their morale, if not a big one at this particular point, because this is not a match that they wanted to lose at this stage, honestly. As an orbital strike comes out against Kappa, they knew that the recon drone would be used from that particular position. Amaterasu cleverly forcing him off that position right now, using the smokes to cut off the sidelines, but VLT, they're playing super slow, and so is Global. In fact, neither team wants to get this round away. Global, they really want VLT to push on towards their crosshairs. They have every single angle covered. They have SK Rossi on the op on towards that backside lane on towards B site. They have 3 members on A, and 1 member holding on towards that mid side area. VLT now contemplating a push on towards A side, but the clock is ticking down. They do not have a lot of time to force another rotation here. If they do want to go in for the rotation, they have to go in for it fast. W1 dashes in. It's going to mean that Lightning Fast has to switch back to the Phantom. Is he going to be able to take down MW1 though? MW1 takes down Lightning Fast as the first kill of the game. Amaterasu knows where Kappa is. Going to try and contest him. Gets taken down to dangerously low levels here. Hellranger takes down VLT. MW1 in that particular position as the retake is on skills. Can't find the kill on towards Hellfire. Kappa takes down Amaterasu in that particular side as the retake is now crumbling apart. But it is a 3v3 for the side of Global Esports and VLT at this particular point. The Viper wall does go down. VLT right to Ace is now forced on towards that fired area. Hellranger taking down VLT Vapor through the smoke here. The spike plant is still there. GE Hellranger and his teammates, they need to pull something out here. SK Rossi and Hellranger, are they going to be able to get the spike plant off? It's a do or die situation here. They contemplate the spike plant. It's half defused. Go in for the kill. Oh my goodness, they can't find angle on towards the spike, unfortunately. And Global Esports, Hellranger finishing off the round. Oh my goodness, what a nail biter of a finish to an amazingly close game here. VLT got the spike plant down. They had the numbers. Unfortunate stuff coming out from them when Global Esports actually took them by surprise from behind the Viper walls and the smoke orbs near that spike plant area. My goodness, Assassin. What did we just witness here?
I've got no words, man. I legit have got no words. I'm not even sure what I saw right there. I couldn't believe my own eyes. Hellfighter, he had such a good flank. Velocity Gaming, we're sort of gonna go ahead and take it to an overtime. They could have taken it to an overtime as well, but the sheer courage, the sheer discipline coming out from the side of Global Esports, they knew what they wanted. They knew their objective. It was to defuse the spike. It was to use their utilities in order to give them the advantage. The Viper Wall being used in such a dominating fashion from the side of Global Esports, and Hellranger just keeping himself alive till the very end and not taking any wrong decisions of going in for any sorts of peak whatsoever. Velocity Gaming, man, with that incredible lead that they had, Global Esports, they went ahead and showed everyone that with a little bit of a reset, with a little bit of a fresh, cool mind, they can just quickly go ahead, make that comeback happen, and put up the scoreboard like that, 13-11. It's just insane. Let's move it over towards the map highlights and talk a little bit more about that as well. Redro, I want your insights on what exactly went wrong for the side of Velocity Gaming on that attack. Because we know for a fact that on the defense, they had such a massive lead and they were playing aggressive. They're doing everything right. We talked about it in-game as well, but we're going to do it once again if you guys missed out. I know for a fact that you guys might not have, but if you did, then don't worry. Got you covered. Velocity Gaming, they did have a very, very aggressive defender's side. And I felt as if that aggression, it paid out every single round. No matter whatever the outcome of the round, that aggression always paid out in terms of getting information, right? And the same was done by Global Esports on their defender side as well. But Velocity Gaming on their attack, they simply weren't able to make ends meet. And overall, it felt as if though the map control wasn't enough for the side of Velocity Gaming. Don't you think so?
I feel like in terms of the attacking side that VLT were pushed on towards, like on defense, they checked every single box that you needed them to in terms of countering Global Esports' aggression and absolutely shutting down SK Rossi and his cohort in terms of pushing on towards the site. But when it came to attacking of their own, Global Esports just absolutely flipped the side it's on his belly at this particular point, because you really couldn't tell who was attacking and who was defending, because of the fact that Global Esports, they love pushing in through mid. They love going in through those angles. They love getting the drop on you from behind. And VLT, unfortunately, despite losing out so many rounds in the same fashion, they just couldn't really find a read on towards Global Esports' aggression. SK Rossi facilitated a lot of that through his crazy plays, getting himself more than 30 kills in one match. It's just absolutely insane. And this is a talent that we were talking about here, Assassin. 32 kills on the board for him. He's been the absolute instrumental piece for his team to push on towards this particular win. And I don't think if SK Rossi didn't drop the 32k bomb here for his team, I don't think Global Esports could have actually, won this one particular game out. But no credit taken away from Velocity. They did know that, Global Esports would be playing a bit more aggressive, but I hope that they can take this insight to the next game and try and figure out what went wrong and try and circumvent that sort of a disadvantage that they might have put themselves into in this particular match. They did have a 7-round winning streak in the first half. Unfortunately, that momentum got shifted when SK Rossi got that ace. I feel like the mental game might have been won out by Global Esports at that last round of the first half. And this is exactly what Valorant is, right? Even if you have a huge lead in terms of the rounds, if you lose out on the mental game, that means your rounds are going to get dismantled really quickly, especially by a team like Global Esports. You really can't count out. Despite beating them down heavily in the first half, Global Esports mount an amazing comeback, taking down Velocity Gaming's attack every single round, and they could rarely get the spike plant off confidently onto Warsaw. I think there was just one round where they had 5 members alive, and 2 members of Global Esports were forced to do a save round, and that was it. That was the only round where VLT looked to be confident on attack, and I do not know what went wrong in terms of their attacking strategy, other than the fact that they just couldn't get a read on Global Esports' creative flanking and aggression coming out from their side. So for Velocity, they really need to understand that, okay, it's fine if a player gets an ace. You don't need to lose the mental game there. You need to be more adaptive and really try and meet aggression with more aggression. Because when they did go fast-paced in the particular rounds, they did win those out. But when they were going more slow, those were the rounds where they kind of lacked that sort of bite that we've come to expect from VLT. And that's how they kind of, just could manage to secure the rounds at that particular point. And for Bind, it's going to be a different map, of course, because Bind doesn't really allow those sorts of rotations and developments to recur, and it's more about defensive lineups and discipline. So VLT have a lot of those, so I'm looking forward to maybe seeing a game 3 after they clinch game 2, maybe, or maybe Global Esports, riding on this momentum, will basically take game 2 as well. So we're going to have to find out what happens.
Yeah, you never really know, because Global Esports, we know for a fact that they have been quite dominant on the map of Bind as well. I felt as if though, apart from the mental game, I don't know, it's so awkward, because a team like Velocity Gaming, with a captain like Amaterasu, you actually can't be low on that mental game as well, because he sort of uplifts the entire team when they are, sort of in that state where one player just comes in and just wreck heads on all 5 of the players on our team. So SK Rossi, he definitely put up that performance. He had 32 kills, Red Bro. If you guys did miss out on the scoreboard, let me tell you, SK Rossi had 32 kills, and he definitely was that player who is supposed to be on that spotlight every single time, and we do see him on the AMD Ryzen Radeon spotlight every single time from the side of Global Esports. But hey, it's just unfortunate that Velocity Gaming weren't able to close things out on their attack side. And it kind of was the idea for Global Esports as well, right? So Global Esports, all they had to do was just eke out a few rounds on their attack, because they themselves were struggling against this heavy defense from the side of Velocity Gaming. Their idea was to just eke out a few rounds on the attack, and then on the defense, they can do even better than the side of Velocity, because they have that dual initiator setup. I expected the SOA to be completely left out and only the Sky to be coming in, but interestingly, they made that defense happen with the SOA as well as the Sky. So props to Global Esports for going ahead and putting up that performance against Velocity Gaming. With that, we are going to go on for a quick break while we set things up for map number 2. The map of Bind is going to be coming right in front of your screens in a few minutes. So until then, I want you guys to go ahead and grab your can of Red Bulls and also grab some popcorns, because the next map that is going to be Bind, it's going to be even more intense. So till then, it's boy Assassin 47 alongside Red Bro going off for a short break. We're going to get ourselves energized and we're going to be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. I'm your Cash Assassin 47. On the desk with me is Red Bro, and we are all set and ready for the action to begin on the second map of this best of 3 El Clasico match between Velocity Gaming and Global Esports. After the map of Breeze was taken away by the side of Global Esports, in a very surprising way, I feel as if maybe Velocity Gaming might just take away Bind and we can see the map of Icebox coming right in front of our eyes. Red Bro, what do you think about that?
Definitely, it's a series where both these teams are just gonna try and fight for that supremacy at this particular point. For Global, it's a chance to finish off the series early because you really don't want to face off against Velocity in 3 consecutive maps because of the sheer threat that Velocity poses as a team. So for Global, it's gonna be all in or nothing because they really want to finish off this game. But for Velocity, it's all gonna be in their court to try and claw themselves back in this particular series here. And Icebox being a map with Velocity Gaming, we've seen time and time again, they pulled out some insane strategies. So it might be a little bit of a challenge for Global to try and, fight against. But hey, this is the map which Global Esports has chosen. And they are going to try and make every single advantage count and try and make themselves the winners of Game 2 and ultimately this upper bracket finals. But for the side of Velocity Gaming,
I'm already
yeah.
loving this agent selection, by the way. Hellranger
Yeah.
going on that breach.
Look at these agents at this particular point, man. Oh my goodness. This reminds me of those old school meta comps that we used to
Yep.
see back in early 2021 and late 2020. Like no new agents and everything. It's just all the standard vanilla agents that came with the game. And right now with the breach, it's gonna be an interesting pickup because we normally see Sky being favored over every single agent on Bind, but the breach, it's gonna be interesting because breach used to be an agent that would be picked up a lot on split. It's gonna be interesting to see how they use his utilities on Bind as well. Because remember, the aftershock got buffed. It now does three shocks instead of just one. So breach now has more of an area denial potential than before. So it's gonna be really, really instrumental in the attacking pushes or even denying an entry on towards the site because Bind has a lot of narrow corridors. So breach is going to be an instrumental agent in this particular map as well.
True that. I feel though this composition for the side of Global Esports might just work out for them because with the breach, right, you do not only go ahead and annoy the players on your opponents, but you also go ahead and open up a lot of avenues when it comes down to defending the site more than attacking. I mean, yeah, I know for a fact that with the breach flashes, things do get a lot easier on that attack, but it actually shines on the defense. And you guys are going to see what exactly I'm talking about in the game as well. The match is ready, so why don't we quickly head straight into the game as well, as we are going to be seeing both of these titans face off against each other. Red Bro, I want a little bit of a prediction game right now. What do you think is the scoreboard going to be as we are going to be at the end of this match?
Oh my goodness. You can't put me
Yeah.
on the spotlight right now. It's just really, really difficult to predict
I had to do
any
it.
sort of a scoreline when these two teams actually
Yeah.
face off against each other. But
Okay, let me
I
make
think
it easier. Do you
yeah.
think it might go into overtime?
It might just because, given the fact that game one was such an unpredictable map, I think Bind, in terms of being played over and over again, both these teams have no shortage of experience when it comes to Bind. And given the fact that both these teams are now very, very equally matched, right? It might lend itself to the fact that we might just see an overtime coming out. I'm not sure as to who's going to clinch it because, the minute differences between skills and everything might just be the decider between these two teams at this particular point. So I'm really favoring an overtime at this particular point. It might just go there. But given the fact that Global Esports are going to ride on towards the momentum here, they do have the momentum in their favor in terms of the first game that they've actually won out. And if SK Rossi drops another 30+ K bomb in this particular game, ladies and gentlemen, might just see Global Esports pushing themselves onto a victory here. But this game already started off, and it's going to be an aggressive peek coming out from the side of VLT on towards Showers. 4 players already near that area. The ultimate orb has been taken. Global Esports have the information that they are now going on towards that. The Trailblazer is going to prompt push coming out from the side of VLT. The breach is going to delay the push on towards here. Amaterasu takes a few shots at the frenzy before getting the spike plant down. Unfortunately, they did lose a member during that particular push. SK Rossi now in the flank, being taken down, unfortunately, by MW1, who gets traded out by Vibor by skills in that particular position. Right now, Amaterasu holding on towards this Showers angle. Skills is going to push in really quickly. He's going to instantly regret it because he's going to take a classic shot to the face here. Amaterasu getting himself another kill on towards the board. Hell Ranger getting a kill on towards Hellfire through the smoke here. And the mollies are just too much here for Tampa. They try to take down the Lakhs is going to come out, but he's going to peek on towards 2 members of VLT, holding both the angles here. Unfortunate stuff coming out from Hellranger, who fancied a valiant push on towards the Showers to try and take down 2 members of VLT and try to secure the spike defuse. But it looks to be that VLT secure first round. And again, these two teams seem to be carrying that sort of, aggression and the spite from the first game. Because look at the way that they actually played that pistol round. All of that players just piled on towards that site and the spike plant. So much so that Kappa actually got mollied down in that particular spike plant position. It's going to be up to Global Esports to try and circumvent this push coming out from VLT, who now have the Spectres in tow.
Man, that pistol round had so many emotions, didn't it? And the way Amaterasu went ahead and got the victory onto that, just had to add this a little bit. I know the pistol round is over, but I'm just still in a little bit of a, trauma, I would say, because despite all the utilities in the world coming out from the side of Global Esports, Velocity still managed to hold strong, especially Amaterasu to go ahead and put out that first round of the board. But hey, it looks like that Amaterasu, he might just do it once again, but this time alongside MW1. Gonna be seeing MW1 taking that early engagement. It's gonna be him to go ahead and take down SK Rossi. SK Rossi, with him out, everything is going to come down to Hellranger and Lightning Fast to hold on over towards the B side. We are going to be seeing Hellranger using up that particular concussion through the teleport and over towards the hooker's position as well before. To pick up that ult orb so that he can get his orbital strike ready as fast as possible, because that is going to be
30 seconds
coming in
left.
handy once the full bite comes out from the side of Velocity Gaming. You guys are going to know more about it when they try and make that particular execution with the A side. But for now, though, Kappa, he needs to show us what he can do with the classic burst fire as well. Not much as MW1 just once again moves in, takes care of both. There's going to be skills to try and take care of the backstab coming in the form of right two ways.
Oh my goodness.
He has all the idea in the world, by the way. Yes, he knows that right two ways always tends to come up with interesting stuff like this. Hey, Hellranger has given out the footsteps, by the way. Yeah, Hellfighter knows. Hellfighter knows this, that Hellranger is right on the corner, but does he expect him over towards the left-hand side? He's going to clear out the right, so he definitely is going to check the left as well. But oh, Hellranger might not know this! And Hellranger tries to go in for that classic right click, but doesn't connect, and skills, despite having that Spectre, is not going to be able to take care of Hellfighter. 2-0. Once again, we are seeing something that happened on the map of Breeze happening on the map of Find as well now. Red Grove. 2 rounds in a row for the side of Velocity Gaming. And, Velocity Gaming. And I do feel like that Global Esports, they're going to try and put up that first shot of the board now with their full buyout.
Yep, and right now VLT go on to that bonus round after winning out the second round with the Spectres. They use the weaponry to full effect here, but the utility usage is what sealed the deal for them, because they really gave Global Esports a really hard time in predicting which site they would actually consolidate their resources onto. Like, the allocation of utility was equal on both sides, so for Global, it was kind of difficult to predict, like, okay, they're definitely coming B or they're definitely coming A. And VLT respond with that with a final countdown push on towards the B side, getting the spike plant down, and then securing 2 kills near that teleporter area. Unfortunate stuff coming out for the side of Global Esports, who just couldn't match up against the Spectres with the classics, as is expected from this particular round. But now it is the bonus for VLT, which means that they're now playing slowly. They know that the opposition has the rifles in tow, Phantoms and Vandals, so they want to favor those close range engagements. They're going to wait till the last second and try and draw off as many players as possible from B side on towards A before possibly making a potential rotation on towards B. They're still probing and prodding this particular site, but the wall's going to go down in front of Tetris walls here. Amaterasu now needs to deal with that particular player holding on towards that angle where he did use the wall. Lightning Fast, though, serving Amaterasu patiently, who doesn't check the angle, but 4 members of VLT are now going to push on towards that A site here. Hellranger takes down 2 before they even leave the face of the site. Skills and Lightning Fast tie it up clean house. And they can't even get the spike plant off VLT and Global Esports. They drew them in, and unfortunately, when you're going in for an attack on Bind, if you take a long time to bait out the utilities from the defenders, you have to respond with a rotation or at least a little bit of threat on towards the other side. Otherwise, what's going to happen is that the defenders are going to have a lot of time to understand where you're going to push from and get themselves in favorable angles, which you might just not check, as the Sage on the opponent team, Amaterasu, unfortunately had to find out from Lightning Fast at that particular point. And, you know, VLT dropped the round where they wanted to go bonus, but it's no big deal as they do have the rifles right now. And they're now going to contemplate a default push instead of consolidating on one site.
This round is particularly very important for both of these teams, especially for the side of Velocity Gaming, if they really don't want Global Esports to go ahead and tie things up at the scoreboard, or maybe even take the lead. Because that is exactly what is going to happen if Global Esports go ahead and tie things up on the scoreboard. If they do that, then it is going to be Velocity Gaming to have no money whatsoever in the next round, and for Global Esports to go ahead and take the lead. So yeah, Global Esports, very crucial for them to put up the second round, and at the same time, very crucial for Velocity Gaming to put up that third and deny the lead for the side of Global Esports. As Rossi's position is going to be compromised, and he's going to try and dash out of there, because he knows that the paint shells might just go ahead and take him down. Amaterasu getting ready with that wall, is going to put up that wall, and he's not going to expect to maybe in that cubby position, but he does. Because that's Amaterasu, ladies and gentlemen, that we are talking about here. This guy is so goddamn good with these reads, and he knows where exactly these players from the side of Global Esports are going to hold on over towards the B side. Both the defenders over towards the B side fall down. That's going to be time for the rest of the
30
three.
seconds
Try
left.
and activate themselves. Try and take care of Velocity Gaming. But look what Velocity Gaming did. Not only did they take control over towards the B side, but they moved in over towards the defender side of spawn. and they came in over towards the A side. They knew that the entirety of Global Esports are going to try and backstab them from the market's position, from the B-long position, from absolutely everywhere. And that is exactly what has happened as well in this round. Now let's see if this 3 versus 4 retake is going to come into play or not from the side of Global Esports. SK Rossi is going to be aware of Vibor's position. No, he's not. As Vibor locks him out without any issues whatsoever. You know what the best part is? Vibor has got his organizer as well. So the next round is going to become particularly easy for the side of Velocity Gaming. Yes, I'm talking about the next round because I don't see this round going into the favor of Global Esports. I don't think so that they're going to be able to make it happen. Even though Skills goes ahead and uses up that orbital strike, he's got no information whatsoever to use that orbital strike in the first place. And there you have it. Velocity Gaming, they are going to be the ones to put up that third round of the board and deny the even Stevens for the side of Global Esports. And now, with Velocity Gaming having the upper hand, with them having the better guns, and with them having the opportunity to go in together into a particular site on top of Vibor's ultimate, I feel though, they might just go ahead and put up that fourth.
Yep, for VLT in that last round, they used their bait and switch tactic to great effect, pushing on 4 players on towards B site. For a normal team, you would predict that, yes, they're now pushing on towards B site. Let's rotate there and try to circumvent that push. But then you have Hellfire taking the spike, going on towards B, and then VLT making a quick flank around the world on the CT side to go towards A, and then getting the spike plant off. But this is a fresh new round for Global Esports to try and rein back the control of this game here. SK Rossi just nudging his team forward in the right direction with that operator kill on towards Hookah. That's going to mean that VLT have to play it slow. They know that SK Rossi's on the operator. He's always a menace on that particular weapon. Rotation is going to come down from his particular point. Do they really want to go towards A? Do they have the information that 3 members are now holding on towards A site? Amaterasu only has the Spectre to try and contest this A short area. Flash is going to go down on towards Showers area. They do not have information there. Kappa's gonna hold patiently on towards this Hookah, right to Ace, forcing all these angles. Oh, the gun barrel is spotted out by Kappa, but prematurely being fired is gonna mean that right to Ace now understands that there is a player on a corner. Which corner, they do not know. Lightning fast now moving on towards the short areas. Hellfire might just face check this. He's holding in the corner. Both these Viper players are dangerously close to each other. Hellfire using the Viper spit against him. He's still moving on towards that angle. Briefly spots out the gun barrel through the smoke and takes him down. Right now, GE have a really, really difficult retake scenario to contest against. The moment they enter the site, they're gonna get taken down, and that's exactly what is happening here. Vibor and right to Ace along with Hellfire. They're just playing horde mode at this point as all members of Global Esports are face checking, dry peeking a Viper ultimate, and VLT, they secure these kills really, really quickly here. A little bit of a scuffle there by Hellfire, who's just jumping around in that CT area, but it really doesn't matter. VLT happy to take away that round from the side of Global Esports, using the Viper ultimate. Great effect here, and a textbook attacking round secured by VLT. It's gonna pitch themselves up on towards 4-1 on the scoreboard, and it is reminiscent of the first game Assassin, but if I were VLT, I would still not be too comfortable.
Velocity Gaming, they definitely can't afford to go ahead and, drop in any sorts of mistakes here. Because if they do, then that might just be the rise of Global Esports. And once again, we did point out the fact that the mental game has to be strong from the side of Velocity Gaming. And let's just hope that SK Rossi's operator and his entire playstyle doesn't affect Velocity in any way. Let's hope that Amaterasu is going to set the entire team to victory, at least in the map of Bikes, so that we can see the map of Icebox coming up on the board as well. But oh, look at who just jumped into his way towards the U-Hauls and took down Hellranger. His name is MW1. There's lightning fast to get that immediate trade as well, so not a problem. A 4 versus 3 situation, and we are going to be seeing Skills to get something done here. He's way too aggressive. I'm not liking this, by the way. I mean, I understand the fact that he has got nothing but a frenzy to work with, but hey, you can also make it work. Holding tight angles towards the site instead of going in aggressive and just maybe giving away the advantage for the side of Velocity Gaming. For now, though, the advantage is definitely with Velocity, and they do have the advantage in multiple factors. Not only the man advantage, but also in terms of the weapons advantage. Well, the rifles, whereas the side of Global Esports have nothing but upgraded systems. Rasu is going to go in for that plant, and we are going to be seeing Scales try and take a little bit of a pot shot onto the wall. Gonna try and spray down. Gonna try and take care of Amaterasu. Trying to move back over to the shot's position. Kappa takes the teleport. Amaterasu gets the information. Kappa has got no idea, by the way, that Amaterasu is right on the corner. Vibor is also gonna try and engage over there, but Vibor, on the other hand, has got no idea that Lightning Pass is coming in with a little bit of a backstab. So Lightning Pass to take care of Vibor, and it's gonna be Amaterasu to take down Kappa. 1 versus 3 situation. Let's see if Lightning Pass is going to be able to take down his nemesis. That is Hellfire. Right on the corner, but no. He has no idea. He thinks that all of the players from the side of Velocity Gaming are playing in and around Shars. But that is the wrong information, my friend. And that is the 5th round of the board for the side of Velocity Gaming. 5-1 as we move on over towards round number 7. And this is going to be the round where we are going to be seeing the entirety of Global Esports putting out a full buy except for SK Rossi. SK Rossi is going to have a Spectre, but not to worry. All he needs is 1 ultimate orb or a kill, and he is going to be getting his blades out. And we all know what SK Rossi can do with his blades, Red Bro.
Oh, definitely, and it's gonna be, and I'm really excited to see if he can actually secure that kill and bring his blade storm back out, because this is the round where he needs to play aggressive, and he is gonna go. He's gonna push on towards A short, not finding anyone here. VLT smartly positioned themselves on towards this hookah area, anticipating a push coming on towards them from the side of Global Esports. But do they know that SK Rossi has made that insane commitment on towards the flank here? Do they want to go in here though? Kappa is gonna get forced out with that orbital strike, but do they know that Skills is in that particular position? Vibor Amaterasu though, taking down Lightning Fast and Kappa. SK Rossi's number has been dialed here by VLT at this particular point. Skills taking down Hellfire, and a little bit of the round has been secured. But look at that spray transfer coming out from MW1. Flanks, no problem. Getting that 1 spray down, taking down 2 members of Global Esports. My goodness, MW1 is feeling it at this point. He has been the instrumental factor for VLT in terms of the attack, and right now he's also showing us that he can play in an anchor role. VLT going in super aggressively, using the Brimstone utilities to great effect, using the orbital strike and the mollies to force people out of hookah area so that they can get taken down really quickly from the B-long area. But my goodness, MW1 in the perfect position to take down 2 members, and the spray transfer is just absolutely amazing.
I mean, if you look at the player cams as well, right in front of your eyes, you would be like, it's every day, bro. For MW1, his reaction was like, it's every day, bro. I do this every day, alright? I do this for a living, for God's sake. But Amaterasu, on the other hand, well, he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna be like, Hell Ranger, you don't stand a chance against me, buddy. I know for a fact that we have been buddies from quite some time now, but I'm not going to show you any mercy. I'm not going to give you any sort of advantage whatsoever. It's going to be lightning fast to secure the spike. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a moment where Velocity Gaming, everything is going to get slowed down. They're going to have to try and make their way into the markets with whatever information they can gather. They're going to gather the information that, hey, there's absolutely no one over towards market, but hold on a second. Have MW1 coming in with the ultimate, the showstopper. Right to waste. Does not expect Kappa over there. Amaterasu picks up Vibor, and with that, it's going to be a 5 versus 2. More trouble for the side of Global Esports, as they were not able to take down any of the players from the side of Velocity Gaming. Yeah, in a way, they were not able to. So the entire point of an eco round is taking down the players, doing a lot of economic damage, and also not allowing the players to plant the spike so that they get extra amount of money. That is 300 creds for the next round, right? So in a way, all they managed to do is force out that ultimate from the side of Amaterasu. Now I'm not really sure why he did that. Let me have a look at the economy coming out from the side of Velocity Gaming. They had enough money. I don't know why Amaterasu had to go ahead and invest into that ultimate. Don't you think so? It was a bit of a wrong decision coming out from Amaterasu.
I feel like they wanted to bait out Global Esports in that particular point in time. You really don't want to go up against them and be a bit more complacent, like as you see right there. Even though VLT had advanced positions on towards that, they end up losing 2 members at the onset of the round on attack. And Amaterasu, I think what he wanted to do was using that ultimate to bait out 2 members of Global Esports on towards that market area. And he was successful in doing that because they did push up against him and they did promptly take him down. A bit of a insane investment, of course. It's a big investment in getting 2 players down. But hey, if it secures you the round, I guess it's fine. But in this particular context, he couldn't really do much because he's the one to get taken down at the onset of the round on attack. And Global Esports are going to be happy with this particular round in tow. The Aftershock is gonna, the ultimate is going to come down from Hell Ranger here, but oh my goodness, Vibor, despite being dazed, he still takes out a headshot. Lightning Fast again, pulls out something similar to Vibor. getting hit by the Seekers, still taking out the Sky, and Hellfire is the only person remaining for the side of VLT. He has the spike in his hands. He's only can't be the Viper Orb
30
at this
seconds
particular
left.
point. The decay is going to mean that he has a little bit of HP to work with. He's going to regen that really, really quickly using the snakebite to push anyone off that particular angle, but he does not know that SK Rossi is holding that in tow. Teleport is prompted out. He takes a shock dart to the face. It's going to mean that he's going to take it down really, really low. SK Rossi finishes off the round. It's gonna mean that Global Esports saw themselves back into the game. This is only their second round, by the way. And by being a defensive-oriented map, you really want to pick up as many points as possible on defense, because on attack you might have a really difficult time, especially against a side like VLT, who do have this map under control, despite this being picked up as Global Esports map, right? They're kind of struggling against this sort of over-rotation and then movement push and the macro plays that VLT are posing, but I feel like that round was a perfect answer to that, and they really do need to seal the deal in the next few rounds.
Alright, so let me take you a little bit back, Red Bro. You might have missed it, but the match between Enigma Gaming and Global Esports on the map of Bind. We don't know for a fact that Global Esports there at the initial stage did mess out a lot on their defense, but then on the attack they brought it back. So, you know, the thing about Bind being a defender-sided map does not actually apply to the side of Global Esports. Because for them, it is an attacker-sided map. They go ahead and get their rounds on their attack. And I'm not really sure why that actually happens, but hey, it's just the stuff with
Maybe it's just SK Rossi doing SK Rossi things.
Oh, maybe, yeah. So that definitely is there. That is there every single time, right? SK Rossi, yeah, attack for Global Esports is always easy, thanks to SK Rossi and his aggression. And with Lightning Fast coming up with interesting stuff as well, the defense becomes a little bit easy for the side of Global Esports, but particularly they have more victories on their attack. But I guess SK Rossi is going to try and prove it wrong, prove my theory wrong, as he does put up some numbers on the board,
left.
at least for this round. It is a man advantage for the side of Global Esports. But know this, Hellfighter is way too deep in towards the defender side of spawn. And MW1, is he trying to bait out players from the Shah's position or over towards the side? Okay, there's a little bit of a confusion
10
here.
seconds
A
left.
little bit of a miscommunication. He knows for a fact that Hellfighter is right there onto the side. He had to quickly move in onto the side. And Hellfighter does get one frag before falling down. MW1 is critically low. He's bleeding. Down to 20 HP. In a 1 versus 2 situation, he has to isolate himself into one-on-ones. But I don't think so he's going to be able to do that. Hold on a second. He might just be able to do it. No, Hellranger finally comes in and takes him down. But hey, I'm not really sure why Hellranger left his comrade right there. Both of them could have just moved it together as a unit. But again, I understand for a fact that they had no information on MW1. Maybe MW1 might have sneaked back over to his U-Halls and maybe try and come in from with a little bit of a backstab of his own. Completely understand. But hey, 7-3 on the board, and I feel like the Velocity Gaming, they still can put up that 8 because they still have the money to invest into proper weapons, Red Bro.
Way too many angles for Global Esports to check in that particular retake situation. That's why they lost 2 members near that particular 4v2 situation. Hellfire, in an advanced position, unfortunately, brought out his snake bite, did not expect that skills would actually push up against him immediately after losing his teammate, and that kind of led to him losing out that particular round. But look at Global Esports in this particular scenario. They're pushing the slow orb against Showers. They now have 2 angles in control. Right to Ace does have the Tasmanian Tiger. He's going to be able to lay down that information. He knows that 1 person is there. He now knows that 2 people are now there, and this consolidated push coming out from Global Esports is nullified. Unfortunate stuff coming out from Amaterasu. He slows his own teammate. That's going to mean that they can't really push on towards a particular side. And Global Esports, the 2 members who push on towards Showers are going to be able to run away scot-free, but VLT haven't committed on towards any particular side at this point. Lightning Fast and skills are going to peek on towards the side. It's going to mean that LMF is there. He's going to spot out 3 members. He won't be able to get anyone. Quick movement coming out from Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast movement, in fact, to save him from that advanced angle against Hellfire. It's going to mean that the Viper wall won't be available for VLT. It means that a lot of the vision that they could have obscured, they couldn't do it. And the combined push coming out from VLT just absolutely spectacularly collapses here. Amaterasu exposes a little bit of himself through the wall here, but does not get taken down. He, in fact, turns it around on towards Hellranger near that U-Haul area, takes him down. 100 series now popped by Kappa. Gonna
Spike
beat that
down
now.
A.
SK Rossi is the one getting taken down by his teammate, which is unfortunate stuff. Amaterasu has
10
100 HP to
seconds
work
left.
with, doesn't have the ultimate, no utility in sight. 7 seconds to work with. He has to get the spike plant down immediately. He chooses to not go for the spike plant, instead tries to go for the frags. Might just go for the save, might just have to settle for the save. Because that round was just absolutely crazy
Last
coming out
round
from
in
both
the
these teams.
half.
They just met each other at such weird points in the map. Like an A short, there were 2 people in showers. They were holding 2 angles. Amaterasu scuffing the slow orb a little bit, preventing the push on towards showers, which they might have been able to secure and take down 2 players in the process. And it's just been a round of errors in that particular point. But this last round is going to mean whoever wins this one is going to carry forward the momentum in the second half and try and steal the deal. Will it be Global? Will it be VLT? We don't know because of the unpredictable nature of both these teams here, Assassin. But it is the final round of the second half. VLT now pushing on towards B. Take flight.
The final round of the first half, and I feel like that Global Esports, they are going to be quick to know that Velocity Gaming are around the B side. They have been picking and prodding around the idea of just jumping in straight towards B. They don't want to go ahead for any sorts of fakes or anything like that. Or maybe they might have something in plan. For now, though, it looks up like a straight B execute, and look at that
Spike
stun
down
coming in
B.
from Hellranger. My goodness, Kappa capitalizes 2 frags on top of that stun, on top of the false line coming in from the side of Hellranger. Such team coordination, much wow, and this is exactly what we expect out of Global Esports. Well, with that, Global Esports, they did lose out Kappa, but at what cost? At the cost of going ahead and getting themselves a man advantage. So it doesn't even matter, right? It's all good. It's all Gucci for the side of Global Esports. Hellfighter, he has moved in over towards the A side
30
now. He
seconds
has,
left.
Sneaked himself in, but I feel though as if that is just gonna be nothing but a fake, as the actual execute is happening over towards B and Hellranger, and the entirety of the Global Esports squad have surrounded the spike carriers, and Vibor has to go ahead and clutch this one out.
10
Because
seconds left.
Hellfighter, he's making his way over towards the B side, and it's pretty damn late. 6 seconds left from the clock. The ultimate comes in from Vibor. It's going to delay the push coming out from Hellranger, but it's not going to delay SK Rossi and Skills moving in together as a unit into the site. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the half is going to be concluded 7-5 in favor of VLT. And Global Esports, they are going to try their level best to bring it all
Switching
back,
sides.
tie things up on the scoreboard, and take map number 2 away from the hands of Velocity Gaming. But Velocity Gaming, don't you guys forget, at the same time, we know for a fact that these guys are pretty darn good when it comes to their defense. And we know the kind of setups that they are going to bring out with their dual controller setup. They're going to do something that maybe Global Esports did not do. They're going to show us aggression that MW1 did on the map of Breeze. Let's wait and find out. Red Bro, what do you think about the pistol round? What are you expecting out of this? Do you think that Global Esports is just going to go in for a straight up A execute? Or are they going to pull off an A fake and move it over towards B?
I feel like they might just not take a page out of VLT's playbook and just try and play it a bit slower than they did in that particular point. We do see a fast push coming out from their side on towards Showers area. LFF is holding there. The Vipers, the snake bite is going to delay that push on towards a Shower side. Amaterasu using that wall to great effect. He's going to cut off all the members of Global Esports. And right now you see that the attack has petered out. And it's going to mean that Global Esports are going to have to be forced on towards that rotation on B, because they do not want to waste ammo on breaking the stage wall. But look at Amaterasu here. What a Chad, pushing the snake bite on towards Showers area, taking down Lightning Fast. Unfortunately, MW1 gets killed in another part of the map on towards B, but Vibor gets that trade-off. Contemplating a peek on towards Hookah, right to Ace, and he trade blows here. Vibor is now pushing on towards the smoke. They have no idea that he just pushed on towards the smoke, and now they have an advanced angle on towards for the 2 members of Global Esports. He's gonna take down 2. He's not gonna be able to get a 3rd, though. But Skills is right there. Amaterasu and SK Rossi are now trading blows. He knows that someone's there on towards Hookah area, but he does not know that SK Rossi is creeping on him on his back. He loses his teammate, but SK Rossi is able to tie up the round for his team. And VLT, Vibor, and Amaterasu both going for amazingly aggressive plays. but it really did not pay dividends for them, unfortunately, because SK Rossi, using his amazing positioning on towards this B-side area, really nullifying that sort of aggression showcased by all the players of VLT and the defense in the defensive side. And it's gonna mean that GE, again, reminiscent of the first game here, Assassin, they reduce the surplus rounds that VLT have. And is this gonna be a repeat of the first round? I mean, the first game?
Maybe. We might just see Global Esports going ahead and pulling it all back into their favor in the second half, just like in the map of Breeze. But Red Bro, for that to happen, Velocity Gaming have to mess up big time.
Toxins going up.
And I feel though that mess up might not come in from them, you know. I feel though that they are going to be able to defend on the map of Bind better than Global Esports. I believe in them. And I do believe in the capabilities of Hellranger as an IGL. The guy is too good. Can't deny the fact that he makes use of each and every player and their resources to perfection. Yeah, Global Esports moving in without any sorts of hurdles whatsoever over towards the A side. They're going to get the spike plant and they're going to play it out for the after plant. We're going to wait for this entire retake attempt to come in from the side of Velocity Gaming, and MW1 might just go ahead and...
One enemy remaining.
Go ahead and get that classic right click. No, not happening. Okay. In a blink of an eye, we're going to be seeing the entirety of Velocity Gaming falling down like flies in Global Esports to tie things up at the scoreboard, as I did narrate it to be. And maybe it's going to be Global Esports to go ahead and get that 8 on the board as well.
Man, that was a quick silver attack by Global Esports. Like, you were trying to analyze one kill, and by the time you were done, all members of VLT had just perished from the map, and that's fast. Esports actually executed that A push on towards them, and they really did make use of the Spectres against the Classics disadvantage that VLT had to face off against, but right now they do have 5 Phantoms to make it work for them. And it's gonna mean that Global Esports, they are now gonna play a little bit more slowly. SK Rossi though not getting the memo, pushing on towards that particular side. MW1 gets taken down. Now though, SK Rossi is sitting on 33 HP. VLT have to deal with that, and they need to do it quick because they have 3 other members of Global Esports pushing on towards the showers area. None of them have by Hellfire skills. It might just get caught out here, but he uses the Spectre against the Phantom to great advantage, taking him down.
Spike
But
down
Amakira
A.
has the information that there are 2 members. Lightning Fast, oh my goodness, Lightning Fast and skills. Spectres against Phantoms, still winning out gunfights, and it's gonna mean that they will be able to get the spike plan off in towards A. Global Esports had no business pushing on towards A side and getting the spike plan down that easily. And unfortunately, like you said, Assassin, the mess-ups might be coming a little bit too early here. VLT now only have 2 members to work with. SK Rossi fancying a flank on towards VLT get taken down, but it's a save round from VLT here, and rightfully so. They did invest a lot in this buy round, and they should live to fight another day. And Global Esports making the Spectres work. It was a bonus round for them. It's gonna be the best bonus round that they could possibly wish for. This might be the momentum shift that they needed to actually, you know, get themselves into a position where they can actually set themselves up for a win. And we're gonna mean that Global Esports now take the lead for the first time in this game. And my goodness, VLT have an uphill battle to climb.
I've got no idea how do they make this happen though. We saw this happening on the map of Breeze as well. Do you remember? Global Esports were on their bonus. Velocity Gaming with their full buy. They still weren't able to make ends meet with their full buy, with their Phantoms or Vandals. It was actually the 3rd round of the second half, where, you know, it was Global Esports on defense and Velocity to be on the attack. And interestingly, over there, the same thing happened. Velocity with their full buy were not able to take down the players with their Spectres. Like, come on, you expect the Spectres to lose out in that fight, but it doesn't look like that. SK Rossi with that Phantom is just way too good. He's gonna be blind as a bat, and he's gonna pray to all the gods out there to just save him from this sort of a suffering. Oh my god, but unfortunately no god is gonna hear him out, and it's gonna be him to be going down. But hey, 2 players down from the side of Global Esports, and I feel though the Velocity Gaming might just tie things up on the scoreboard in this round. They might just put up the 8th on the board as well against Global Esports, but it's all going to be down to how exactly Right to Ace is going to hold on to this angle. No, don't push in, don't push in!
Player standing.
Never mind!
He still pushes! He still gets the kill!
Thumper and Hold on a second. Hold on. Kappa and Lightning first. What the hell? And Skills? Hello? If Skills is trying to drop in the smokes, isn't it Kappa's duty to save him?
I don't know, Assassin. Honestly, I have no idea. But right to Ace making that
Everyone, yeah, everyone were on their utilities, and Right to Ace easily walks in and he's like, "Hello there, what are you guys doing?"
I bet they weren't expecting that push on towards the smoke
Enemy
here, and it
kill.
looks to be that aggressive peaks out. The crazy aggressive peaks are gonna favor both these teams here. Lightning Fast and SK Rossi taking down 2 members in tow quickly. You only need these 2 at this particular point for Global Esports here. The rest of the members are like, okay, we're gonna let you guys rampage through the map. We're gonna come in last and get the spike plant off. If you guys handle this round, we're just gonna, sit back and watch the show. Because right now, they get a spike plant off after the duo of SK Rossi and Lightning Fast just absolutely clean house on A. And now they've trapped 2 members of VLT in that B-side area. Now they're closing in. They really do not want them to walk away with the weapons that they have right now. Materasu does have a Spectre, though. So it won't be too much of a big deal if he does manage to live this one. MW1, though, you can't let him live with that Phantom. And it looks to be that Kappa is going to use the recon dart, try and spot out MW1. He knows where he is. That's not going to mean anything because MW1 is going to be able to take him down. But Skills, being the good teammate he is, trades out his teammate, taking down MW1. Global Esports, again, find themselves in the lead in this attacking round. And Assassin, like you said, Global Esports always find a way to make the attack work, but now it's not SK Rossi, it's Skills and Lightning Fast leading the charge.
But then again, you would see SK Rossi opening the site, right? I mean, yeah, that's his job. That's his job. But at the same time, he always does manage to put up the work for the side of Global Esports, and that is the best part. It's not just SK Rossi, as you said. It is Skills, it is Lightning Fast, it is everyone from the side of Global Esports to step up. But hey, once again, SK Rossi is that X factor from the side of Global Esports. My bad, not Velocity Gaming. From the side of Global Esports, who does make things happen for them. And see, once again, he's gonna go ahead, catch Right to Ace while he was trying to run away from the U-Haul's position. And this is exactly what I was talking about, Red Bro. During the analyst segment, during the pre-map analysis, we did talk about this, right? Global Esports are a team on the map of Bind. They are not a defender-sided team, they're an attacker-sided team. And they go ahead and put a massive difference on the board on their attack, and SK Rossi is gonna go ahead and maybe once again put up a 4K and live to his name of being 4K Rossi. But nope, not gonna happen. As I think so that maybe my cautious skills applied, it was just able to put up 3 kills on the board. It was the instant straight coming in, and it's gonna be the 10th round of the board from the side of Global Esports. 10-8, Red Bro. A little bit of a flashback, a little bit of a deja vu from map number 1, don't you think?
Definitely. The comeback has been mounted by Global Esports at this particular point. They've won out 7 rounds in a row before dropping it in the 4th round, but they quickly reconciled themselves, winning out 2 rounds, and now it is a buy round for both these teams. So look at the economic difference between them. Global Esports, they can afford to lose 2 rounds and they can still have respectable weapon buys in the 3rd one. So it's a really comfortable position to be in. Looking at SK Rossi, he's now pushed on towards an advanced position in U-Haul. All of his members are stuck in that A-short area, but the orbital strike is going to push away Hellfire near that area. The Seekers are going to hit him at the worst possible moment. Right, he was about to secure the kill, but no biggie, though. Right to Ace in that unfavorable spot is going to get taken down by SK Rossi. An orbital strike comes out on their own here, as Hellfire is now in that area on the left side of A, trying to hold on for dear life because they know that SK Rossi might fancy a push on towards this U-Haul area. 3 members of Global Esports are now positioned in A short. They have an idea, they have an inkling as to where Vibor is. The recon dart's gonna spot out LFF. He's gonna get taken down by Lightning Fast because you can see through the smoke at that particular point. Vibor, unfortunately, is the only person remaining, along with MW1, who is far, far away in B. And they're gonna have to go for another save round here. Global Esports inching closer and closer here to getting a game 2 and getting a 2-0 on their bitter rivals, Velocity Gaming. And VLT really need to step up and really shape themselves up again, because they are now facing down the round before match point. 11 rounds for Global Esports. This one, they've already left it to the dust because they can't contest this. The hold on the site is just too strong by Global Esports.
Gunner.
So we're bored. I think that Dragon 2 was lightning fast. I mean, yeah, all of this is nothing but consolation right now. Velocity Gaming, they've already given up that 11th round of the board for the side of Global Esports. It won't matter. Global Esports are on the attack and they're winning. They will keep on having economy. They'll keep on getting money to put in that buy, to invest into these assault rifles. But that's not the case with you guys, Velocity. We're bored. There was a need for you to save that assault rifle, but now with you just going ahead and letting Hellranger take you down, you're gonna lose that rifle, and it's just gonna be MW1 with a Phantom. It's just unfortunate now. We might just see a match point coming out from the side of Global Esports in this round, guys. And the best part is that a timeout has been called in from the side of Velocity Gaming. I know for a fact that this timeout is crucial, and I know why it has been taken as well, because they are in this crucial state, Red Bro. Look at their economy. 3,000 creds, 3,450 creds, 1,700, 350 on Viborna after that buy coming in with the Phantom and the Half Shield. I mean, clearly not the best of the buys that they're gonna have now, and this timeout is taken in order for them to analyze as to how exactly can they strategize their move from here on out. Because there's a decision to be made here, either to go in for a full buy or play it out for the overtime. If you go in for a full buy, you try and deny the chance for Global Esports to put up that match point. And if you just try and play it for the overtime, you eco this round, you try and let Global Esports get that match point, and try and make a comeback with a proper set of weapons the next round. And I feel like that they have made a decision to go in for a force. I'm not really sure if it's the best of the decisions or not. I understand that they don't have the rounds in their favor, but still, in my opinion, they could have tried and played out for the overtime. But maybe, Matrasu has a game plan. He always does. Velocity always has something to deliver. They know they're the best. They know what they're doing is the best as well. So let's hope. Let's put in all our hopes into the fact that Velocity have a game plan and they are going to deny Global Esports a chance to put up that match point. That is going to be a Matrasu putting up that wall, and that is going to be a start, Red Bro.
Yep, they do contemplate a push on towards that B garden area. Kappa using that recon dart to flush anyone out, holding on towards that side, but I feel like VLT might have misattributed the resources here. They really need to secure this particular point of the site because Global Esports are now pouring on towards here. They do not know that there are two people in hookah at this particular point. The blind fire is going to come down from skills because they know they have one person there. They might just have one person there. And the showstopper is going to get stopped in its tracks by skills here. He's going to take down 2 kills, but right to Ace is unspotted near that hookah area. That information hadn't been relayed to them, but Lightning Fast might just sneak up on these players from VLT, but Hellfire is going to take him down. Kappa is now facing off against Hellfire. Needs to get this done here, but Hellfire is going to be the one taking down Kappa, and VLT, that forced round, fortunately working out in their favor. That's going to mean that their economy is going to make a little bit of an recovery in the following round, but they still have 2 rounds to go before they can tie up the scoreboard. And the fact that they had 2 people positioned on towards hookah actually played in their favor, despite the fact that that allowed Global Esports to actually push in on towards the side, which wasn't the initial plan coming out from VLT. They really wanted to stop the push in its tracks on towards the hookah area, but Global Esports smartly opted for pushing it on towards that B-long area. Unfortunate stuff coming out from MW1, whose showstopper was not being properly utilized at all, but VLT would be glad and they would be relieved by the fact that they were able to actually get that one down. VLT, MW1 again, moving in aggressively. He's gonna be able to make that work. Oh my goodness! 3 kills on the board for him. They really did not expect that race in that particular position. Hellranger takes him down, but too little too late. You've already lost 3 members here, buddy. Make that a 4th here. Oh my god, MW1 coming in big for his team when they needed him to. That aggressive push, no one expected that. GE wiped clean near that showers area in the first few seconds of the map. My goodness, Assassin, these players are just out and about to one up each other in the most creative and most aggressive ways possible.
Man. Velocity Gaming, especially MW1, coming in hard, coming in hot, just popping off these faces as they're trying to rush in over towards the Shars. And Rossi, he definitely would have gotten a heart attack. He's like, wait, what? How is MW1 here?
30
How did he
seconds left.
just delete me off? That was a darn good play and a darn good call coming out from the side of Amaterasu, right? From the side of Velocity Gaming, that play was something that they needed. They desperately needed that. They got it. 11-10, ladies and gentlemen. As Velocity Gaming might just go ahead and put up their 11th as well. Might tie things up with the scoreboard. Because Global Esports, I feel as if they're going to desperately try and eke out a bye here. SK Rossi has got his blades out, so... Red Bro, it's finally time. It's time to see if SK Rossi is going to give out a fitting reply to MW1 for that previous round.
Well, I definitely am waiting. He popped the Blade Storm at the exact time. It's going to be a fast push coming out from Global Esports. The blind does catch out him. Oh my goodness! He misses every single blade on towards before who was flashed in that. That was a free kill. Kappa does take him down with the shock dart, but that's going to mean that TE lose a huge potential in their attack. My goodness, SK Rossi, the pressure just got to him. It was way too much for him to deal with, as the rolling thunder is now being sent all across the site. MW1 is the one to get hit by that. He's holding onto this U-Haul area. Winner knows that there's someone there. Kappa's gonna back him up. Hellfire is that cubby area in the pocket. He knows that the strike plan is going down. The Seekers unfortunately peter out just as they were about to hit somebody. Kappa has the ultimate. He has the Hunter Sphere to work with. Hellranger is gonna meet his counterpart in that particular area. Amaterasu takes him down, takes up MW1, bringing him back for a second win. But look at this, right to Ace with the flank onto the showers. They know that there's two people there. Are they gonna go for this though? The defuse is out. VLT right to Ace and Amaterasu seal up their round, and the defuse is gonna come out. The half defuse is there. They're gonna be able to secure this defuse, no problem. And VLT fight back. Are we gonna see them taking the round? Because that was a force buy coming out from Global Esports, and they might not have the credits. They do actually have the credits to actually go for a full buy here. Unfortunately for Hellranger, he might have to just settle for the Spectre at this particular point. But my goodness, the round started off great. I mean, for VLT, because SK Rossi popping the Blade Storm, pushing in on towards a flashed Brimstone, mind you. Vibor did not know where he was. He had absolutely no idea where he was moving. And unfortunately, that erratic movement proved to be too much for SK Rossi. He was buckling under the pressure, missed every single blade onto towards his opponent, and unfortunately got taken down. But okay, look at this. An aggressive peek coming out from VLT. It peters out.
Oh man, I'm actually kind of, trying to analyze as to what exactly might be the outcome of this round, and I'm getting a little bit of a flashback from the map of Breeze as well, where you do remember the fact that Velocity were on 11 in Global Esports. They took the match point and they made it 13-11. So that might happen here, but in the opposite direction. And it's gonna be over to us with the IGL to go ahead and step up, ladies and gentlemen, and double as both of these players. They line up for him. The players that went down from the side of Global Esports are so crucial for this execute. It's gonna be lightning fast to fall down. Velocity Gaming, they definitely have secured themselves a match point unless SK Rossi steps. I don't think so, he will. As the cool, calm-headed IGL from the side of Velocity puts up a triple for the team. And that's match point. 12-11. Ladies and gentlemen, as it's happening. I called it. It is happening. It is in flashback from the side of Breeze, but in the opposite order. It is going to be Velocity instead of GE to make it 13-11, most probably, because Global Esports, they have no money to go in for a pirate, bro.
Oh my goodness.
This is a disaster.
What a precarious situation for Global Esports to be in. They secured 6 rounds on attack. They had that sort of advantage going on towards the side of VLT, even in the round that they lost, because remember, VLT went for a last-ditch buy in that particular round where we saw them force buy when they were down 11 points to 9, right? And you really kind of would, in a normal circumstance, write them off. Like, yeah, there's no way they're winning this because of the weapons discrepancy between these two teams and the way that they're so equally matched. However, a few amazing individual plays coming out from the side of VLT just absolutely facilitated this sort of monumental comeback that they've actually, mounted against global esports. And right now, GE, I think they were just too taken aback by that sort of aggression coming out from VLT, and the mental game again. It got lost out by global esports, and the pressure got to a few of the players. You've already seen SK Rossi botch a critical kill on towards that showers area that kind of, set up the dominoes to fall for his team in terms of losing out that particular round. And right now, global esports, they find themselves in a situation where they have to go for the buys without armor, without proper armor or proper utilities. This is a do or die round. For VLT, it is the chance to tie up the series and take it to game 3, which they will want to do. Right now, the monumental, the quintessential round is happening here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the upper bracket finals of the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1. GSK Rossi is now pushing on towards this Huka area. On towards B site, and you see the body language coming out from both these teams. Neither of them want to take any risks. Very safe round coming out from them. Global Esports, they haven't even figured out a plan as to which side to attack yet, because they're now playing for picks. Rightfully so. You don't want to push up against 5 rifles with a broken buy for your team, especially when 2 of them have Spectres. So, right now, the flashes are going to go down. VLT Vibor caught in a very precarious situation here. Lightning Fast taking him down. This is one round that they need. The crucial kill that they needed to get themselves on towards the side here. Kappa taking down Hellfire. SK Rossi taking down right to Ace. Is this going to go into overtime here? It might just. MW1 and Amaterasu now face the monumental, the insurmountable, an uphill battle to try and retake the site against Global Esports, who have 5 members all across the board here. Global Esports making every single odd working in favor of them. They had no business pushing on towards the site so easily, but they make it look so well. What just happened? Their skills on Amaterasu kind of just look like, hello, okay, I think we have something. I think we got confused there. You're not my teammate. And he gets taken down. Lightning, the 100 Sphere is going to just popped out by Kappa. But they know that Hell Ranger is there. Hell Ranger taking down Amaterasu. Amaterasu is VLT MW1 as the showstopper in tow. The diffuser is coming down. SK Rossi. Oh my god, they do not account for SK Rossi near that U-Haul area. And
Switching
SK
sides.
Rossi just
Overtime.
inches away from the spike being diffused.
That was literally 1 second away, right, bro?
Not even
That
1
was-
second.
I guess it's 0.6 or 8. I don't know. Whatever. 1 second, okay?
Less than half a second. SK
It was
Rossi.
so close, and SK Rossi comes in and he's like, no, I'm not gonna let you defuse. I'm gonna take you down and I'm gonna take this to overtime because we goddamn deserve to be in overtime.
Oh my
This
goodness.
is insane. It's just mind-boggling right now. As with that resurrection came in, right, Red Bro? I thought that global esports, they're not gonna be able to do this. Because Amaterasu, with all of that, with all of that force that he was bringing into that round, right? We almost thought that it's gonna go into the favor of Velocity, and on top of that, MW1 had his ultimate ready. That would have made a lot of difference. But unfortunately, it didn't.
I feel like for VLT, they kind of jumped the gun on that defuse without clearing the site properly. They predicted, like, SK Rossi would be holding the showers area. Unfortunately, they didn't account for the fact that he might be in U-Haul. And that's where, the spike defuse was going off. And if SK Rossi was in showers, that was a lost game. Because the rocket was heading towards showers, and if you were a player there, you would instantly die. But for VLT, they made a difficult prediction. They had to go for a choice. They had to go for a forced defuse because time was ticking down. And fortunately for Global Esports, SK Rossi's position was not compromised, and he did manage to come in clutch at the last half a second, a quarter of a second. I don't know. We're gonna have to check the replays for that one. But oh my goodness, both these teams just absolutely refusing to give up, even when the chips are down. In normal circumstances, if both of these teams were normal teams, which they're clearly not, they would just give up, right? But neither of these teams actually give up at any point of the match. GE had to fight an uphill battle against 5 rifle buys coming out from VLT with the Spectres and a broken buy in tow, and they managed to make it work. the scuffle came when Skills actually pushed the smoke on towards Amaterasu and kind of thought that, okay, no, we don't have a Sage on our team. Wait a second. Amaterasu promptly taking him down, getting that crucial ultimate point for his team. But heartbreak for VLT, honestly. They do need that break after that particular, after the 24 rounds of normal playtime. And as we go on towards overtime, hearts are going to be pumping here, Assassin. This is the quintessential time for both these teams to step up.
This is way too important for the side of Velocity Gaming, because at this point they're going to be disheartened with the fact that they were not able to close things out. Having all the advantage in the world, but still Global Esports is going ahead and dragging this game to an overtime will mentally affect the side of Velocity Gaming, right? Because it tends to happen. We all have experienced it, Red Bro.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that you might have as well. I definitely have experienced it, and I feel like that Amaterasu has to step up big time and just, calm the entire team and just, fuel this fire inside of them. And I guess that has already started to happen. Amaterasu is going to be the one to go ahead and get that entry. And I feel like that they've got no idea that MW1 is still in the smoke. MW1 takes down SK Rossi. And with that, he might just be able to cut off all of this rotation. But Skills, he comes in and he walks straight inside of that Molotov. But Kappa is going to be the one to reply on towards MW1 in a 3 versus 2 situation. Velocity Gaming, they have the upper hand here, Red Bro. And I feel like that with that Sky's ultimate ready, we might just see Velocity Gaming going ahead and winning this one out. And there you go, I call it. They are going to bring it out as well. The Seekers are going to be out, and that is going to be enough information for the side of it, on the side of Velocity Gaming, that both of these players are right on the corner. Amaterasu is going to find the frag onto one lightning fast, and he's going to go ahead and put himself a triple.
You will not.
The IGL steps up. Amaterasu with his backup.
Match
and it is praised by many, by the way, and there is a slogan and an entire line as well for that, which I'm not gonna go ahead and repeat because you guys know it already. I know you guys are gonna spam that as well after you guys witness this.
My goodness, Amaterasu leading by example. He's a top fragger for his team, and now Captain Cool is gonna try and lead his team to a clutch victory against Global Esports. My goodness, dude, we're just so fatigued after these amazing rounds being put up. 25 rounds have gone up. This is the 26th round of the match. Give the casters a break here. We're fatigued at this particular point. But it looks to be a consolidated push coming out from Global Esports on towards this A-side area. Everyone gets flashed down, but he spots out 3 members. Unfortunately, brings out the plane chills at the worst possible time. And Vibor is going to get taken down to dangerously low levels with the shock darts being spammed on towards his U-Haul area. Kirasi is going to prompt and play to push on towards him, but Vibor, 40 HP, no problem, takes him down. The Lightning Fast is going to get the trade off on towards him. Amaterasu now pushing on towards his U-Haul area, using the slow orb to try and circumvent that push coming out from Global Esports. Right to Ace, though. That angle, Hellranger knows exactly where you are. You're going to get taken down. Now Amaterasu watching and waiting as 3 members of Global Esports take the teleport on towards her. Hellranger again taking down another unsuspecting member of VLT in that particular point in the site. And unfortunate stuff coming out for VLT. Despite valiantly winning out the first round of overtime, they now find themselves stacked up in a 1v4 situation with only HellFF, the only person remaining. He has to make sure that he takes care of Hellranger before making a push on towards B, because he's going to get flanked out by him as soon as he makes that push on towards Hookah. But chooses to go in against Lightning Fast, contest that Hookah area. Unfortunately, can't really find the position. Who's holding an off angle, Lightning Fast. And again, second overtime here, Assassin. I feel like this might go on for a while.
It definitely will. I know for a fact that you missed out Enigma Gaming versus Global Esports, but yeah, don't worry. You are gonna get it all back. 13-13, Red Bro. I feel that we are gonna be heading on towards multiple overtimes, as you did mention, and I think so that this back and forth affair is gonna keep on happening unless and until one team snaps. And I know for a fact that both of these teams have enough stamina and enough energy, thanks to Red Bull, to keep on going.
Alright, so right now, second overtime, right to Ace though, taking out the first kill, but Hellranger getting the trade on towards him in that particular side. VLT now pushing on towards the Hookah area on B. Skills gonna cut him off with the smoke. Now the paint shields are gonna be off on towards elbow. No one's checking backside. Hello? No one's checking backside, and Hellranger and Skills set up a kill zone on towards B. VLT lose 3 members as they drop down onto the Bazooka area. HellFF can't really do much against 2 members, but can he though? Skills gets taken down, but Lightning Fast jumps down like a hero from Hookah, taking down HellFF, and now the first round of the second
Switching
overtime
sides.
session has been taken by
Match
Global
point.
Esports. They sit on match point now. The tables have been turned. VLT need to find an answer, and they need it quick.
By the way, now that things have changed a little bit, Global Esports have taken their round on the defense. You know for a fact that Global Esports were the ones to, again, make it a 13-13 on their attack.
Yeah.
So, interestingly, if Velocity Gaming are not going to be able to stop Global Esports in this particular round, might see Global Esports go ahead and take it away. But know this exact same pattern was followed in Global Esports versus Enigma Gaming, where there was a quick switcheroo in terms of them winning off rounds on one side. So at the start of the overtime, it clearly was Global Esports winning off on their attack and not on their defense. But then there was an instant switch where Global Esports, they would win out their defense rounds and not their attack. But the same was followed by Enigma Gaming. So let's see if that pattern is going to repeat itself in this particular match as well or not. MW1 is going to be the one to go ahead and drop in the paint shell, but to his unfortunate luck, this is going to be SK Rossi to just dive straight into his process. But on the other hand, he just wasn't able to go ahead and take him down because he had his paint shells out. It's going to be SK Rossi to take him down instead. Headranger gets the frag, and I feel like it's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, we might just see Global Esports go ahead and finish it off 2-0. As Right to Ace left on the 1 versus 5 situation is not going to be able to do anything.
Attackers win.
It is going to be GGWB, ladies and gentlemen. This Global Esports are going to go ahead and take it away. The upper bracket finals of the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1, brought to you by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. What the hell did I just witness, Red Bro?
We just witnessed Global Esports 2-0ing their bitter rivals, Velocity Gaming. My goodness, what a series this has been. But the last round of the map, again, MW1 in an unfortunate situation, finding himself again in a similar position where he just couldn't really get that particular point and just couldn't get those kills off. And unfortunate stuff. It just, it set off the domino effect for VLT to fall in that A side area, and Global Esports, after they get the first kill, there's no stopping them, honestly.
True that, and it is quite unfortunate, right? Velocity Gaming, they were the ones to actually not able to close things out, and I expected Velocity to go ahead and put up that 14th as well, and then, just quickly keep on heading on over towards the next overtimes to come. But hey, Global Esports, they got themselves that round on that defense, and that made the entire difference. Global Esports taking with the map of Breeze, taking over the map of Bind, goes on to show that they have improved in every aspect and they are ready to take on Velocity Gaming. Not like Velocity Gaming taking down the side of Global Esports. The map highlights are ready, so let's just quickly dive straight into the match highlights and see what exactly happened over there. Match highlights brought to you by LG Ultragear, of course, as always. But Red Bro, I want you to walk us through what exactly happened in this particular match. We have talked about this,
Right.
did talk about this, but still, for whomsoever missed it out in the first half, Red Bro's got you covered.
Well, when we started out the first half, it looked to be that on defense, VLT were just absolutely on attack. VLT were just absolutely had Global Esports' number in that particular regard. Every single attack that they made on towards the particular site just absolutely was on point, and they made sure that they got themselves onto advanced positions on the site. MW1 was clearing space for his team, but it was mainly led by Skills and Amaterasu. Not Skills. Right to Ace and HellFF and Amaterasu in that particular point of the game. Skills made sure that his team, in terms of defense, had that sort of a defensive hold on towards every single site, but VLT's attack was just so strong in the early rounds, in the opening rounds of the first half. But then Global Esports actually brought it back to a 5-7 scoreline against VLT in the second half of the game. And when they went on towards attack, even though we see a lot of teams struggle on attack on Bind, Global Esports make it work for them so well. And I think it's because of the fact that Global Esports are such an aggressive team in terms of everything that they do, despite being on attack. It doesn't matter where they are, which side they are on. be it attack, be it on defense, you're always going to find SK Rossi and other members of their team just getting into these weird off angles in these positions, like Hellranger, SK Rossi, Lightning Fast. All these players like playing those unconventional angles and just going in against you from behind and taking you down. And VLT just fell privy to that again, just like in Breeze. And they just couldn't find an answer for it, despite being on defense. They absolutely got dismantled every single time, and they tied it back up for the 12-12 going on towards that particular point. Really unfortunate stuff coming out from VLT. They had the chance to seal off the particular match when they went for that defuse in the last round where they were on the match point. SK Rossi, though, again, coming in as the savior for Global Esports with less than half a second remaining on the clock. He got 2 kills on 2 players who were on duty for defusing the spike and just bringing his team back. For Global Esports, this is going to be a huge, huge win over Velocity Gaming because it's going to give them a lot of confidence in terms of actually, stacking up against Velocity if they do end up meeting in the grand finals of the TEC Gauntlet Season 1. But at the end of the day, honestly, VLT just got outplayed in the same manner over and over again. And for Global Esports, if you're playing against them, you got to watch all angles because they might just collapse at you from every single part of the map.
Then again, that's the best part about Global Esports as well, right? Their lineup, it consists of the Breach, which actually is explosive onto that attack side. And Global Esports, what they did is just show that explosion over towards the A side. Velocity Gaming might have expected a fake coming out from the side of Global Esports, but Global Esports, they were like, no fakes whatsoever. Just gonna come in hot, and we're gonna take the side. We're gonna take each and every player down, holding on over towards the A side, and get that round going on into our favor because the momentum is rolling into our favor as well. After winning that defense round, that just changed everything for the side of Global Esports. And man, congratulations, Global Esports, for going ahead and getting that victory as well. 13-11 on the map of Breeze and 15-13 on the map of Bind. I'm just so shocked to see Velocity not being able to, just close things out on the map of Bind despite having that lead, right? We know for a fact that Velocity Gaming had absolutely every right to win off that match. That particular map had Velocity written all over it. It was 12-11. There was no money whatsoever for the side of Global Esports. Velocity, they could have easily taken it away if they had taken care of SK Rossi and his aggression towards the A-shot position. If they had MW1 not throwing that showstopper over towards the Shah's position. If they would have just cleared out the side a little bit more, just like you said, Red Bro.
Yeah.
They could have actually dragged this match into the third map as well. But instead,
that
instead
showstopper might be running in MW1's mind over and over again after tonight, honestly. But it has been a series of unfortunate events that's led to VLT losing out on Bind because I was convinced that they were going to take it after that convincing show on attack. We were expecting to see a replication of that on defense, that sort of aggression that VLT had taken up. But GE, again, with the macro plays and the sneaky plays that they're actually capable of, just proved to be a little bit too high IQ for VLT to manage at that particular point of the game. And again, that combined with a series of unfortunate events like the last round where they were sitting on match point and SK Rossi got them with less than a quarter or half a second remaining, just led to their demise. And it's not a big deal because there was little that they could have done against this sort of aggression coming out from GE, but they have a lot to go back to on the drawing board in terms of clearing sites, in terms of understanding the playstyle coming out from GE, because they're not a conventional team. They're very unconventional when it comes to these sorts of pushes. They can play like a normal team and throw you off, and then play like Global Esports, the Global Esports that we know, and just envelop you from every single side, and you won't be able to see them coming. And that worked out in their favor today.
Yeah. And you know what I think is like, okay, you know what? Let's just cue in the brackets and then we're going to talk about it a little bit more because the brackets are ready. We're going to be taking a quick look at the update onto the brackets. So Global Esports, after winning off this match against Velocity Gaming, have moved on to the next stage, inching closer and closer to getting that champions title as well for the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1 powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. But yeah, they have to wait because they're going to be facing off against the winner of Velocity Gaming versus Force One Esports, which is going to be happening the next time you guys are going to see the Esports Club going live with the TEC Gauntlet Season 1. So yeah, I want you guys to go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, and also hit the bell notification icon to not miss that game, because that is going to decide who is going to be facing off against Global Esports for the grand finals. But Red Bro, what I wanted to say was that Velocity Gaming, towards the end of that overtime, right? They kind of ran
Yeah.
out of stuff for their attack side. Don't you think so?
In terms of like pulling off strategies against a side like Global Esports, there were not really a large number of assortment of strategies. I feel like both these teams just actually recycled 3-4 strategies throughout the course of the game. It was just about the rotation on which particular strategy you decide to pull out against. And fortunately for Global Esports, the way that they decided to play just countered VLT every single time. It was just um absolutely a good read that they had on VLT, and their attacking strategy in terms of like the first onsets of the round where they got 7 rounds on the board and then losing out the next 3 rounds of the first half just meant that VLT kind of just, as you said, ran out of options on attack, and then they just couldn't find an answer for Global Esports' attack
Yeah.
because, this is Bind. This is Bind, a map that Global Esports has chosen. And as you've rightfully said, Global Esports on attack, they're a formidable force to be dealt with on this particular map. And if Velocity Gaming or even their future opponents, whoever goes up against Global Esports on this particular map, you got to be aware of that particular attacking prowess that Global Esports command here.
So that's the thing, right? Velocity Gaming, I do remember that last second round as well, where they tried to go in for that B execute and weren't able to close things out as Global already had the lead. They had many players of their roster holding on over towards the B side, defending it like a fort because they knew they expected the hit to come in over towards the B side. Now, I'm not saying the Velocity should have, come in with some 9,000 IQ strats in order to go ahead and play out that attack round of theirs, but they could have been a little bit more explosive, maybe a little bit more unpredictable. Because Global Esports can't really forget the fact that both of these teams, they know each other's tendencies. They both have faced off against each other multiple times. And Velocity Gaming, I felt as if though, later down in overtime, that particular loss in round number 24, it hit them pretty damn hard. And it kind of, it kind of maybe mentally affected them as well moving into overtime because you could see that reflect into their attack side where defense is pretty much okay. Yeah, Velocity were always great on that defense, no doubt. But on that attack, it kind of felt like they ran out of options. So that's why, I had to sort of go ahead and ask you as well if you thought the same, because I had that sensation that Velocity Gaming ran out of things to do on that attack. But it's completely fine. They still have another chance. They are going to go up against the side of Force One Esports the next time TEC Gauntlet Season 1 goes live on TEC's YouTube channel. So, yeah, better subscribe and hit the bell notification icon to never miss another update. And yes, Red Bro, any closing thoughts before we go ahead and close things out?
I think you succinctly summed it up, honestly. In terms of the game, VLT and Global Esports, I feel like this was a game where each individual round loss just affected each team really differently and very drastically. In fact, you could see it in the body language changes. Like Global Esports, when they drop a round on attack, they instantly go conservative. Same case with VLT. If they go a bit too aggressive on defense and they lose out that round, you see them holding back. And this sort of adaptation that we've seen from both these teams just was prevalent throughout the entire series, and I feel like this might just be the case again if these two teams were to meet in the grand finals. So yeah.
Well, maybe we are going to be seeing that El Clasico happening once again in the grand finals, or you never really know, because First One Esports, they have beaten all the top tier teams out there in the country throughout their lower bracket journey, and now are going to be facing off against the side of Velocity Gaming. You guys think that Force One Esports are going to be able to beat Velocity Gaming, or are Velocity Gaming going to beat Force One Esports? And once again, it's going to be an El Clasico for the grand finals of the LG Ultragear TEC Gauntlet Season 1 powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. Let us know in the chat section, and also tag us in your Instagram stories and let us know as well, what do you think about this? Don't forget to follow the socials for the Esports Club to never miss any updates regarding TEC Gauntlet. And also, please do check out all the amazing deals brought to you by our lovely sponsors, LG Ultragear, WD Black, and AMD Ryzen Radeon, using the link down in the description below. Don't forget to pick up a can of Red Bull and get it ready for the next matchup that is going to be happening in the TEC Gauntlet Season 1, because you guys are going to need it. You guys are going to run out of energy thinking as to what exactly is happening in the game and how exciting this is as well. With that, thank you so much for tuning in for the day. We had 2 epic games, one El Clasico that we just summed up with, and one epic matchup at the first half of the day as well. Hope you guys loved it. If you did, please don't forget to hit that like button as well, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is your boy Assassin47 alongside Red Bro, signing off for the day, but we guys are going to bring you more and more Valorant action tomorrow. So don't forget to tune in at the same time. Until then, goodbye, good night, sweet dreams.
2, 3, let's go.